Okay, so we're asking dumb SEO questions. Each week we answer the questions asked on the SEO questions community on Google+. With us tonight we have Alistair Lattimore. Alistair is head of search for the What If group of companies based here in Australia. Bill Slawski is well known for his work on patents. He is a noted commentator and also runs, and you're going to have to help me out here, Bill, your SEO company is?
Go Fish Digital. I'm the director of search marketing there. Right.
Okay. And so, yep. Go ahead.
Okay. We do SEO for sites, but we also do some reputation management too.
Cool.
We're located right by Washington D.C. and local reputation issues tend to be global in nature often, because we deal with a lot of people who have a pretty large sphere of influence.
Yep. Okay, so also, by the way, I apologise for not knowing that. I had an idea, but I didn't know the words to say. Girish Kapoor is proud to call himself an SEO. He's based in Chandigarh, India. Kartik Bedai works at WikiTick Guru in Punjab, India. And Masataki Wasa is webmaster of wasaweb.net. He's also a Google top contributor on the AdSense and Google Plus Help community. Rob Mars is an AdWords aficionado with marketbiz.nl in the Netherlands. He's a Google top contributor in the Dutch language on AdWords and search. Thanks for that in the comments, Rob. Stefan Hamel hasn't been with us before, but we're very honoured to have him. He was named the most influential industry contributor by the Digital Analytics Association in the spring of 2013. Excuse me. Damn it, I didn't get to the mic in time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Stephen, I'm sorry about that bad intro, but look, I'll practice it and I'll make sure it's right for the 28th. I'm reading from Tim Capper's autobiography here. He describes himself as the last of the world's great lovers, a conversion rate optimization specialist, second to none. He is the world's greatest SEO and also a confidant of Vladimir Putin. Okay, so our first question tonight is from Ioannis Anastasiou, who asks, I need your opinion about my backlink SEO method. Ioannis says, let's assume a backlink SEO method as follows. I write an article to site A and I place a link to my site, let's say raisecapital.do. Someone else posts an article to site B with a link to site A with the anchor text Raise Capital on the same page where I have my article. And again, someone else is posting an article to site C with the same anchor text as above with a link to site B. Does this method comply with the rules set by Google, the Google guidelines, if any? And is there any problem with this development? I would like to have your opinion. Thanks in advance. Ioannis. I must admit I got confused after C.
So the issue here is not really, in my eyes, whether or not it complies or doesn't comply. The issue ultimately is whether or not Google would consider these links to be natural. People link across the internet whenever they want, all the time, right? You can't stop that. So people will naturally link to the wrong websites with the wrong anchor text. Well, not wrong, but anchor text that's not necessarily maybe the brand that might own that anchor text, so to speak. Happens all the time. So that aspect of who's linking to who isn't necessarily a problem. The issue really is whether or not Google thinks those links are natural or not. And that's really something that's a relevancy thing that you would need to think about, whether or not, whether Google would think these links are natural. Would they exist on their own steam without you manipulating your way into this, for instance? Do you have any relationship with the people that are writing articles on sites B and C linking to site A, site B, and site C with whatever links and anchor texts and everything else, or is it just happening because it's happening? If it is literally an organic exercise where the links are happening and you've played no role in it, then to the largest degree, assuming they're decent websites, you can think that this should be within Google's guidelines.
Excellent. Is there anybody else? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Next, we have. Oh, look! I'll tell you what we've got next. Because Bill Slorsky is with us, but only for a short time, we've brought forward 2 questions from our weekly SEO news roundup. The first one was titled "Implied links are mentions, and therefore mentions are the new link building strategy." And it relates to an article which was written on Forbes, I should say, by Jason Demers, and the statement from Bill is that basically this article is a plagiarism of, or a copy of, to the extent that I think it's a copy of an article mentioned on Moz. Excuse me a moment. I'm sorry, I'm battling the flu, almost well. Look, could I call you in, Bill, to cover off this question?
Sure. Okay, so the Forbes article was based on an article written at Moz by Simon Penson about a month ago or so. But both of them focused upon a patent that I wrote 2 months ago. Simon actually gave me credit for writing about the patent. Jason gave nobody credit for anything. I contacted his editor and said, hey, this is based on this Moz article, and Simon was asked to provide attribution, which was good to see. He did. So the patent itself is one that was the first granted patent to Navneet Panda, who was responsible for Google's Panda update. And he's a search quality engineer at Google. The patent provides a way for Google to rate the quality of sections of websites at Google by doing a couple of things. One of them is looking at how many links, implied links, there are. I'm sorry, I gotta kill this chat box beeping too much. Okay, so the quality of a website might be scored based upon how many links or how many mentions are pointed to a website over how many reference queries there are that the page is about. A reference query isn't really well defined within the patent, but let's assume for this sake that Google takes a look at a page, any page on the web, and says this is a match for a particular query. This is the query that matches our query. These are the queries that match this particular page. When you have a site like an eHow that at one point was primarily a content farm, it had a lot of pages where they had lots of slight variations of keyword phrases. Why is water wet? How wet is water? And so on and so on. And maybe not the most thought-provoking questions, but a lot of them. So the fact that it ranked, that it was focusing upon these reference queries, lowered the quality of the page. The amount of links pointed to the page, independent links, natural links pointed to a page, helped raise that quality score. So sort of like Moz does with root linking domains, the higher that number, it's a good sign because it means a lot of sites independent of each other that aren't affiliated with one another are linking to you. So that's a high quality signal. What the two articles about this patent focus upon is that the patent not only includes actual links but also mentions of a site that could be implied as being links. They mention the brand. They don't actually link. So what these articles are saying is that these brand mentions are replacing actual links. They're not, but the articles say that. So they're saying get as many of these brand mentions as you can. That has always been true to a degree with Google, at least in terms of local search. The more mentions you can get to your website that include some geographically related terms, the better you're going to do in local search. They don't need to be links. But honestly, these brand mentions aren't replacing links. The patent isn't saying that it's a new method of link building. It's just saying both are good. We links from sites that are obviously affiliated with your site in some way, we're not going to count those. Because if you're a content farm, you own 40 or 50 websites, and they all link to you, those shouldn't count. Links that are site-wide links, we're only going to count one link. Because again, if someone's got your site in a blog roll or something like that, you're mentioned 1,000 times, but it's the same site, that link probably should only count once. So what they're doing is, as a signal of quality, they're trying to judge the value of websites based upon how many independent links are pointing to your pages, how many implied and express links are pointed to your pages, and there's a ratio there mentioned in the patent that says these unaffiliated links over the query references, the less queries that your pages are seemingly optimized for, and you have lots of links to those pages, the better, the higher quality your pages are. In the two articles I was a little bit upset with, focusing upon brand mentions, they were saying the ratio is the number of real links you have over the number of implied links, or maybe vice versa. They're saying the more implied links, the better. It's just not what the patent says.
Hasn't this been tested before, Bill, in terms of trying to ascertain whether or not brand mentions in just on their own are a ranking factor? Someone's tested this, right?
There are people who have written about brands and say that brands are essential and important to Google because Eric Schmidt said brands are good ones when somebody asked him a question about brands during an interview. He didn't volunteer the information. Where it sort of falls flat is the fact that there are a lot of benefits to being seen as a named entity in search engines, and brands are named entities. You can have a specific website associated by Google with a particular phrase. So I did a search for a phrase this morning, and the website that showed up at #1 seemed associated with that particular query. Let me give you an example of how Google might treat those named entities differently. If you do a search for Space Needle hours, for what hours you can visit the Space Needle in Seattle, Google used to show that their top 8 results from spaceneedle.com and assume that you were trying to do a site search. So they showed every page on the site that gave the hours to the Space Needle. They've reduced that. It's now showing like the top 4 being from spaceneedle.com. But they're making that association between the entity and the search results. And that's a whole lot more than in the days when Google used to show 2 results from the same domain at one time, with the second one indented. So Google will make that association, and Google will also show knowledge panel results for an entity. It doesn't have to be a brand, right? So John Wayne isn't a brand. You do a search for John Wayne, you get a knowledge panel result. It's because he's an entity according to Google. So it's better having Google treat you as an entity than it is having Google just treat you as a brand.
Do you think that it's a wrong assumption for people to draw on this? You know, do you think that they could be forgiven for drawing the wrong conclusion given the association of brand mentions for local? For instance, you know, name, address, phone number building, for instance, as part of a local thing, historically has been quite a powerful exercise where you don't even have to have a link. It's just the citation, effectively, of your business associated to your Google Plus page, you know, and all of the stuff that David Mim has done over the years on local has always suggested that citations, even without links, are very important for local rankings.
Yeah, David took that from me.
Do you think that's a forgivable association, so to speak, that other people would take that to think that the Panda patent that you're referring to, where they're speaking about brand mentions, so to speak, given other people's expectation that local citations matter, even without links, is an okay linkage, so to speak? Or is that, you know, are they just way off base?
Mm-hmm. The patent does not mention the word brand ever. Okay, citations are important in local search, but they don't care about brand. If you want to search for a state park, which isn't a brand, Google Maps will show you the state park. If you want to search for government office, like the U.S. Capitol, again, not a brand, Google will show you in it's an entity.
So the wrong linkage here is that they're associating brand mentions as if it's brand building, when what they're really talking about here is that citation building, whether it's a citation for a local business, a place, a landmark, a business, a brand, it's entity building, not brand building per se, in a sense that Google favors brands. Not necessarily. They favor entities because they like to understand the object within the graph of all of the objects that they understand around the world.
Right. If you think entity instead of brand, you open yourself up to a lot more possibilities. Right. For instance, I mentioned John Wayne. John Wayne's an entity. He's not a brand. John Wayne's appeared in a lot of movies. When you do a search in Google for John Wayne, they show a knowledge panel. They'll not only show stuff about John Wayne, but they may show related entities, like movies that he appeared in. With an author, they may show books that they've written.
Yep.
With if you search for ESPN broadcasters or ESPN radio, they show a list of broadcasters at ESPN. So they're including related entities. If you just think brand, you don't think what other entities might this show. What the knowledge panel shows you, it pulls stuff from Google's logs of clicks and queries, and you search for something that people might search for a lot when they search for a particular entity, and it'll include those in the knowledge panel. So you're opening yourself up to a lot more opportunities by thinking entity instead of just thinking brand. Yeah.
Yep.
I did write about a patent recently that talked about queries like, what was the movie in which Robert Duvall says he loves the smell of napalm in the morning? And what Google's doing for that query is saying, okay, the query is about a movie. One of the attributes of the query are the people who acted in it, and we have Robert Duvall as one of the actors. A famous scene or quote, something that the movie is known for, is a quote where Robert Duvall says, "I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It smells like victory." So Google searches through facts related to that movie. It says, okay, we found a movie with Robert Duvall as an actor. We're looking through all the movies where he's acted, and for a quote about napalm. Okay, the entity the query is about is what's the name of the movie?
Is it Apocalypse?
Pardon me?
That phrase returns a Wikipedia article for Apocalypse Now.
Apocalypse Now, right. So Google takes the entity Apocalypse Now, and it'll run a search query on Apocalypse Now so that you can get that page of Google results. If you want to read the Wikipedia article, you can. If you want to watch, there's a couple film clips from the movie. You can choose those. So it's sort of taken the knowledge-based result and turned it into a search result by showing it as search results. So you can try that query with a lot of things. The same patent includes a list of symptoms for medical conditions, and says if you do a query like my feet hurt, it may provide a one-box result that lets you check off things like, do your toes hurt? Are your ankles swollen?
Mm-hmm.
You click check boxes next to those, and it'll tell you, okay, you're likely suffering from this. So again, that's another instance where Google's taking an entity and taking information about it and allowing you to search for the information about the entity to identify the entity. So if you just limit yourself to brands, you're missing that opportunity. If you limit yourself to thinking about how you're going to optimize your page, a brand you may talk about were like the best low-cost motel across the country. But if you think about we're an entity, you may think about including on your pages we provide free Wi-Fi. We provide free breakfast in the morning for all guests, and so on. Things that that particular entity might be well known for. So if someone does the search, you're no longer just relying as an SEO upon matching the keywords. Best low-cost hotel, motel chain. You can start showing up and ranking for things like hotel with free Wi-Fi and low-cost rooms. And Google does that search. The actual real keywords you use matter less. The attributes associated with the site matter a whole lot more. So you don't limit yourself by focusing upon brand when you focus instead upon entities. I've been doing a lot of entity audits on clients' websites. You know, so the attributes that entity is known for. If it goes by multiple names, like IBM goes by International Business Machines and Big Blue and stuff like that, know those, include those on the pages. So SEO is sort of taking a move towards entities, understanding knowledge bases, information about particular entities, and being able to search for them. As they said when they introduced the knowledge base, things, not strings.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, yeah. I have to say, Bill, when you mentioned providing breakfast, I thought of something I saw on Google Plus the other day where somebody said, if I bring you breakfast in the morning, a simple thank you would be enough. There's no need to go on about how the hell did you get into my house and stuff like that.
Right.
Look, I wonder if I can pull this discussion up short. I know we could talk about it all night, but we've got a lot of questions to cover. So unless you'd like to add, like if you feel that I'm doing the wrong thing by cutting it at this point, tell me, and the floor is yours.
I've been thinking about writing a blog post to explain that as clearly and as simply as I possibly can. So I'm probably going to do that. I don't think we need to go on with it. The patent itself is really complicated.
No problem, mate. As long as you do put the first line of the blog post has to be you heard it first on Dumb SEO Questions.
I can add that.
Do you want to do the second question, Jim, in the run list, so that it's be a good one for Stefan to speak to, I guess? The one from Dave Elliott.
Well, look, I don't know how long Stefan is with us, but I know that Bill only has a few more minutes.
Okay.
And news item 3 on your run list, guys. This was a good post by Doc Sheldon. It was headed, "Isn't it time we started a digital consultant code of ethics?" And this sparked a conversation where I think, Bill, you were maintaining that there doesn't need to be a body to manage this. It's simply going to be a block of text that's mutually agreed on that is inserted into contracts, various statements made by the SEO and understood by the person hiring the services. I think Doc possibly wanted to go further than that, but would you like to comment on that before you go?
Sure, I can do that. I'd be happy to. the SEO industry is there's no official body, there's no official organization, there's no industry group that speaks for people who do SEO. Sempo is fairly prominent, and I think they did a great job back in 2004 of collecting a lot of money from people and putting links to their website from their homepage. Rusty Brick estimated back then that they had collected over $220,000 in 2004 alone. The person who was president of Sempo at the time was collecting a salary as the president of Sempo that was equivalent to what she had been making doing SEO, and that's where a lot of that money seems to have gone. Regardless, there's Jim Hedger started asking questions a couple weeks ago in another post that he wrote on the reputation of the SEO industry and what could be done to improve it. That led to a hangout on air on the topic and some discussion between a lot of people who wanted to get into it further and maybe talk about ways that we could improve that. One of them was coming up with some type of code of ethics that people could publish on their websites and actually adhere to in some way. But there's been a lot of discussion about that. One is, how would you enforce it if there's no standards body to enforce it? If there's no group like a Sempo or something like that to step in. People from Sempo who've commented on that have volunteered, but they want to. A couple of them want to talk about it more, and I responded in a comment on Doc Sheldon's post about this code of ethics that Sempo really hasn't done anything for the industry for the last decade. Why are they going to start now? I can't see them getting involved.
Yeah. Well, I think, Bill, there's a couple of interesting points in what you're saying is, can a code of ethics exist without a standard body? And I think it can. If I use the Digital Analytics Association example, the code of ethics was initially put forth by one of the leader in the industry, and got rolled up adopted by the Digital Analytics Association, and it is more a good faith thing than actually being enforced or validated. But I think it could be interesting to have some kind of stamp of approval or validation or certificate or something like that. I would say, as a professional in the field, I abide by that code of ethics, and I can prove it, or somebody attest that I'm ethical in my practice, which open a whole kind of worm of, okay, who's going to do it? What's the cost? How do you enforce it? And all those things. So I think maybe the starting point is just to collectively agree on what is a good ethical SEO practice, outline those elements, and if enough people in the field say, yeah, that makes sense, there's some type of community pressure that can be exercised when someone doesn't abide by those rules, but it's really hard to kind of enforce and prove.
But there's more that you can do than that. Okay, so it surprised me when I learned, like, first day of contracts class in law school, that you can go to a drugstore anywhere in the country and buy a book of standard legal forms that includes things like landlord-tenant code, contracts. If you go look for something like that online, you can find e-commerce agreements. They're already printed out. They just have spaces for people to put a date and to sign. If two parties to a contract agree and they provide some type of consideration, a promise to do something or a promise not to do something to each other, it can become a legally enforceable contract. So if you have a set of statements that include a bunch of standards that you say you're going to live up to, like you're going to communicate every major decision on a project with your client.
Yeah.
Things like that. And you work that into a contract and you both agree to it. Then it's enforceable. It has
actually, I think you're right, because in the digital analytics field, I think I've heard or seen contracts where it actually mentioned that in this contract we will abide by the code of ethics defined by the association, and it's in the contract. So if you don't, then you are legally bound to that. So that's a really good point. Yeah.
So if we're trying to improve the reputation of the SEO industry as a whole, and we can individually each point to our use of code of ethics in the contracts we sign with clients. It gives people who might be concerned about that something to go look at and think about and say, okay, these people seem legitimate. They've been doing this. You know, it's better than just coming up with a code of ethics on your own and publishing it on your website, and not saying that it actually is something you even followed because it feels good to do it. You know, there's more to it than that. So it's the type of thing that not only can help with your marketing, but in addition to that, and Jim and I were going on about this in a chat or on Twitter. One of the things I mentioned was that including something like that in your contract gives you talking points to have with your client, where you can help set their expectations.
We do a lot of disclaimers too.
You're working on. Pardon me?
I'm saying I do a lot of disclaimers as well, where I don't guarantee, don't expect the number one, you know, like.
Right.
Well, no, I'm just saying because they, from the past, from the different agencies, they were giving them the, you know, those number ones, and I'll put you number two and whatever. Just don't expect anything. You know, we'll do what we have to do, right? But.
And that should be a discussion you have with the client anyway. You talk about how long it might take to see an impact.
100%, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the problem would be that the persons or the SEOs that don't stick to that code and still promise number one positions, they are still able to operate even without you knowing it, and doing better in the eyes of potential customers, giving them a better offer by promising them the number one position.
Those people are going to say that anyway. That's the way snake oil salesmen on the web work.
Yeah,
if they're,
but you can't fight that with a code of ethics, because that's only for the good guys.
Well, and the good guys are the ones who actually spend the time talking to their clients, going over those points, setting expectations, including things like that within a contract, providing copies of it for their potential clients to read, and so on. Being open with them. If you look at code of ethics that groups like lawyers have, a lot of those are dedicated to discussing effective communications between the lawyer and the client. Not so much I'm going to cheat every way possible to have you found innocent. They don't. That's not part of a code of ethics for a lawyer. But thing about discussing the strategy being used in legal representation on a timely basis. No, not pulling a surprise in the courtroom on your client. Things like that. Those are the types of things that appear in a legal professional rules of conduct type situation. One of the difficulties with SEO is that there hasn't been an enforcing body that can say we're going to take away your license or something like that if you violate one of these code of ethics. By making it a legal contract between the SEO and their client, it becomes enforceable.
So the difficulty here I would see with this, though, in general, right, is that a lot of the examples, not all, but many of the examples that you're discussing have underlying actual laws that underpin these things, literally, as in it's illegal to break a there's laws around how an accountant can do their job, or a lawyer can do their job, or any of those types of things, right? Or things to do with housing authorities or whatever. The thing
right, those are fields that have professional rules and licenses and so on.
Right. So establishing a code of ethics when there's also underlying laws, not just contracts, but laws that dictate those things, makes that pretty straightforward. The difficulty in, say, the search land is that there are, one, no laws. Google's not a law, they're a company, there's a difference.
Right.
And Google don't publish their algorithm, obviously, so that people can know, well, I better not do that or I'll get my client penalized. There's a list of 15 or 25 things that Google push forward as part of their guidelines and quality recommendations. Please don't do these things, because if you do, this is a clear, egregious breach. But then they also make a point in their terms of coming up and saying, just because we haven't stated in these lists that cloaking is bad and deceptive redirects is bad, just because we haven't specifically listed it doesn't mean that it's okay, right? So they're going to go and tell you about 25 things that you shouldn't do because they're so obvious and silly. But then there's actually 500 other things that aren't mentioned that could also get you penalized. It'll be a really difficult prospect to put together a code of ethics that you could actually enforce when there's actually no rules that underpin it. Coupled with the fact that businesses come to agencies with an expectation of results, when the playing field that an agency has to work in is fluid, it moves pretty regularly, and in different industries the landscape isn't equal. For instance, if you're competing in porn, pills, or gambling, is really, really different to competing in books, or payday loans. It's not even an equal playing field across industries or in different parts of the world.
Okay, so let me address that real quick. Nobody says that as an SEO you have to follow a code of ethics or conduct or whatever. When people give out merchant accounts, there are some companies that only do high-risk merchant accounts for sites that involve startups or gambling or whatever. They're not necessarily following the same standards and rules and whatever, but regardless of whether you're a high-risk merchant account provider or you're a regular merchant account provider, you have certain rules of conduct that you have to follow with your clients anyway. They send you a payment, you have to send them a receipt, right? Nobody's left Google to be the moral compass of the SEO industry. And if we create a standard of guidelines, it's probably not a good idea to have a big section on how you're allowed to link to other sites and not allowed to link to other sites. But you do probably want some type of clause that says there are some practices in the SEO community that have been shown to be predatory, like selling people submission to 1,000 search engines for $9.99. You know, it's really not how search on the web works. So yeah, it may be difficult coming up with the exact phrasing, but again, it doesn't have to be a code of conduct. Doesn't have to be a reprinting of Google's guidelines.
No, it's an interesting thing, though. I mean, I remember Dan Petrovich speaking one day about some clients that they've had over the years where they've asked them to do really daft things, and then they've warned them effectively, saying, "Well, this is a very risky tactic. Do it anyway," is what the client says. "We want results," and they're like, "Okay." Then they do it, and then it lasts for a while, for instance, and then 2 months later, Penguin gets refreshed, and then they get smacked. Oh, well, you did really poor quality work for us, and they'll leave them and go to some other agency, for instance.
So if you're the SEO and you get instructions like that from a client, you get them in writing.
Yeah, which they've done, right? But it would be an interesting thing.
Video.
Yeah.
Right.
It would be an interesting exercise, for instance, when the contracts get signed between an agency and a client, that the agency will abide by, an industry body, for instance, a code of ethics or whatever, that basically says we'll push as hard as we think is reasonable up to a point. We're not going to do things that are going to jeopardize your business. We'll go as hard as we can, but when it gets stupid, we're not the agency for you. If you want stupid, go to the guy across the street. He'll do stupid all day. When you get penalized, come and see me.
When you get penalized, I'll be working with some people who didn't want stupid, and I'll be too busy to work with you.
Exactly. So in that regard, being upfront, and Masataki mentioned this in the comments just before about it being effectively informed consent both ways between the client and the agency or individual that's doing the work, so that there's a clear rules of engagement, as it were, about how both parties will behave, not in terms of just a purely business relationship, but also how hard the agency or individual will press trying to achieve results for the client without going into the territory of stupid, which is likely to jeopardize their business in 3 months' time. At which point no one wins out of that, least of which the client.
If you, as you're writing these rules of conduct, if you write them describing, and this is something the legal industry learned, if you write guidelines that are purely aspirational, we'll try our hardest. How do you prove that in court? Yeah. And that was the first set of professional rules of conduct within different jurisdictions for legal issues for lawyers. Some research bodies rewrote those to make them less aspirational and more descriptive of baseline activities, sort of like a thou shalt not type approach, instead of, it'd be really good if you only linked using Google's guidelines as they evolve and grow and change over time. That wouldn't be good code of ethics, because Google can change overnight and can penalize you for activities that maybe were valid and used by lots of people in the months and years before. Guest blogging, for instance, went from an approved approach to link building to one that Matt Cutts told us we need to stick a fork in it. There are a lot of magazines these days where you can sign up to be a contributor, and they don't. They'll try anybody out. The site I was talking about in answer to the last question from Forbes that had copied the other article.
Sorry, I got some breaking news.
Okay.
Matt just tweeted that HTTPS is a ranking signal now.
You know what? No site speed. You want me to keep on going? I got about 200, 300 more. Keyword density is not a ranking signal. It's never been. LSI keywords are not a legitimate source of keyword research. Latent semantic indexing was invented by Susan Dumas and 4 or 5 other researchers from Microsoft, as published in a paper in 1990 and in a patent in 1992. It involves a database of static documents, 10,000 or less, that don't change. So if you add one new document or you change a single word on a document under an LSI approach, you have to re-index everything. That doesn't work for the web.
Well, I had to go craziness through doing my HTTPS. I mean, it took me about a week. Because
I don't collect data on my website. I'm not exchanging data. There's no legitimate practical value to turning my website HTTPS.
Yeah, but so they just go ahead and decide, okay, that's it. This morning, guys, everybody should go HTTPS. I mean, they're just saying, I mean, it's a ranking signal now, but you know now what the SEOs are going to do, right? It's
a waste of my time and a waste of my money to call it a ranking signal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing that's dawned on me since you guys were talking, it probably, it may not be clever to be too specific in a contract. I mean, cast your mind back to 2007 and examine the processes which were legitimized by Google, by public statements, and put them down on paper, then bring them forward to now when they will literally destroy a site. How would you explain that to the judge? I mean, SEO exists on shifting sands. Anyway, that's that.
All business exists on shifting sands. The way the courts overcome that is they say in some cases you have to allow business people to actually make reasonable business decisions. In the case of corporate actions with boards of directors and stuff like that, they've introduced a business judgment rule, which says that if somebody's a director of a business, they make a decision that's reasonable. If it doesn't turn out right, we're going to look at the decision that was made, and if it was reasonable in that situation, we're not going to double guess it. We need to allow business directors to make the decisions they've been named as directors to make. With an SEO, you're going to have to allow them the ability to make some decisions based upon their experience, and you're not going to armchair quarterback them or second guess every decision they've made.
Fair enough. Look, I want to cut this one at this point, but if somebody else would like to say something, feel free to jump in and countermand me. But we've got quite a few questions that we need to cover.
Okay.
take that as assent. Here's a great question from Dave Elliott, who does a phenomenal job on the SEO questions community with moderation and assisting people through the week. It's titled, "What sort of goals and conversions are useful in the business-to-business sector?" He says, "Everyone keeps telling me that goals and conversions are more important than traffic and keywords, and theoretically I agree." He said, "However, I work primarily in the business-to-business sector on non-e-commerce sites. What sort of goals and conversions are useful in this setting?"
I can jump in on that one. This is, be it B2B or government or nonprofit, and any site that doesn't really sell anything online. This is a pretty common question, and I would say traffic is important, but it's the cost of sale or the cost of lead that I would say is important. If you can get a ton of traffic that is not very expensive, your conversion rate might be lower, but the reason why we say look at the goals and the conversion is because the conversion rate doesn't matter as much as the number and the value of those conversions. So if you're in a B2B environment, what you're looking at, and I think the thread, the comments were right to the point, it's about leads when you're in the B2B environment, and leads can come from a phone call or an email or a form you have in your site. And if you have a form, obviously it's easier to measure how many leads you've got. The other technique would be if you have a phone number, you can use a unique phone number so you know that this call came in, this lead came in through the phone, but it was because they visited the website. So there's different techniques to look at that, and I think that the comment thread is pretty relevant. One aspect that is not mentioned is something I'm trying to do on as many clients as possible is your website typically has a lot of, you have your own page and you have a search and you have your about page and a ton of pages that are not your core business. They are not the widgets that you sell online or offline. And so what I'm usually trying to do is measure the impact, how many of those visits and visitors are coming to the site, and viewing the actual unique value proposition that I have. So really reading about my product. And this helps assess the value of what I'm putting up on the website. So it's not only about the leads, but it's also about how informed the people are getting by going to the website, because at the end of the day, what I care about is how much sales I'm going to get, be it online or offline. It's the bottom line. It's a matter of scope and perspective. What I often say is, if the only thing you can control and manage is your SEO, well, you're going to care more about the traffic you bring to the website. But if you have responsibility for the bottom line of revenue, you're going to care about how much sales you get, and be it online or offline, at the end of the day, won't matter that much. So it's a matter of scope and what you can control. So yes, traffic is important. Qualified traffic is much more important. And achieving those conversion through leads is almost the most obvious thing you want to do. But what is the micro conversion that will tell you that people are making progress in their decision process? And that signal is going to come from the fact that someone actually viewed your product page, not the home page, not the search page, not the privacy policy, all of those other pages that are just there to support the website, but are not your primary business. So that's how I would do it.
Excellent, Stefan. Anybody else?
No, that's pretty hard to talk.
You go ahead, sorry.
So that's pretty hard to top. In terms of the question, it's pretty straightforward. So that's a great answer.
Yep. All right. Let's move on to the next question on your run list. It is from Lindsay Segal. She said, I have outbound links pointing to penalized websites. Will those links hurt my website reputation? Lindsay goes on to say, I work on a website for a popular niche magazine. We've also always been very careful to use white hat SEO tactics, and we've avoided penalties tied to algorithm changes almost completely in the past. In recent months, we've had 2 outside webmasters contact us asking us to remove links to their websites because they've been penalized. We can't see anything in our content that would make it appear spammy. Should we be concerned? And if so, what's our next best course of action?
So here's the thing. Google care about who you link to because you can control that. Theoretically, they don't care about who links to you in a loose kind of a strange way because you can't control who links to you. And this was kind of the notion behind when they were forever announcing that negative SEO doesn't exist. For instance, because they said you can't control who links to you, so don't worry about it, we'll take care of that for you. But you should be really concerned with who you link to because it implicitly links you to a certain part of the internet, good or bad. You're directly associating yourself to the people that you link to, effectively. So that's one thing to keep into consideration here. With respect to the people that are contacting you, asking you to take links down, they've obviously been penalized or are fearful of being penalized, and they think that the links on your website to them are in some way irrelevant, low quality, and are risky for them for some reason. So take it or leave it, I think, in that regard. I don't think that if the site you're linking to is good for your users, for instance, irrespective of the fact that their site's penalized, I would leave the link, for instance. If their website's been penalized because they've employed an unethical SEO that, for instance, that's dumped a whole bunch of crap links on their site and they've ultimately been penalized, that's not really a reflection of you, in my opinion, because the content on their website is still high quality. It still serves a purpose for your visitors if they were to click through to gain additional information about whatever it is that's on their site. So I would think that you should still be able to link to them. Should you link to things that are completely irrelevant to your users? No. And that's where I was saying before that, who you link to on the internet implicitly links you to that type of content. So you wouldn't want to link to porn sites or pharmacy sites or gambling sites if that's not the industry that is related to your primary business. If it is related to your primary business, then link away.
Excellent. I see we've been joined by Micah Fisher-Kirshner, Senior SEO Manager for Zazzle.com, and we've just lost Stefan Hamel, who has work commitments and has to go. But we look forward to hearing from Stefan one day soon. And Micah has the flu, so he won't be saying a lot. Okay. I think that's a good answer for Lindsay Segal. I have to say that here's a good site linking to other sites. There's no commercial relationship, and they run a white hat site. And yet Google has got people so scared that because some tool points out a link as a possible source of a penalty, that they will go to and ask to have a perfectly good link removed. And so in the community, on the SEO questions community on Google Plus, my contribution was that they should remove those links on the grounds that those people were too stupid to deserve them. Anyway. Okay, so next we have a question from Uzma Asgar, and Uzma asks, do I need to use my city in the citation, or does the search engine pick the city and state from the address? Uzma goes on to say, I am working for a client on citation building. He wanted to optimize his website for We Buy Your House. He is in Florida. Do I need to use Florida or city and the state name in the citation for G+, Yelp, Yellow Pages? Or do I just need to enter We Buy Your House and the search engine will pick up the city and state from the address?
It is typical a keyword selection chosen from the seller's point of view and not the buyer's point of view, which is mostly the wrong kind of keyword. And I should put Florida in there and the state, but I think it's, personally, I think it's completely wrong to go for We Buy Your House. Who's searching for We Buy Your House?
Sorry, go ahead, Alistair.
It seems strange, but we don't know what their business is called. Maybe that's their business name, for all we know.
Could be.
Could be. I suppose the question is probably, irrespective of the phrase, We Buy Your House, let's just assume it was some other phrase, and we phrase the question a little differently. When citation building, should I include the city or the state, for instance, that my business is in the citation, or will Google automatically pick that up? That's essentially his question. Is that fair, do you think?
I think you're right.
So I've never tested this a great deal before, but certainly you definitely need to use the citation that is attached to your Google Plus profile for the business. So if it uses a suburb, for instance, as its address identifier, you want to be using the proper name, proper address, proper phone number for the business citation. Could you also include the city or state, for instance, that is nearby your business? Absolutely. Will it hurt you? Definitely not, if it's relevant. Could it benefit you? I would think that it probably would. However, over and above the fact that Google knows where a physical address is on the globe, so to speak, because of all of their mapping capabilities, how else do they determine that a certain business should show up for a query outside of their address space, their logical address space, which happens all the time? So there's obviously a raft of signals that they're looking at across the internet to determine that this business should be able to service the suburb that they're actually located in, the surrounding suburbs, the entire city, potentially the entire state, maybe even states surrounding the state that they're actually located in, or potentially national if they're that big a business. So I think it makes sense that you would include things like Florida or the city or things like that, but that would be in addition to, I think, the official business address in my head.
Okay.
Tim might know about this.
Pardon?
Does Tim have any input on that?
No. I think you pretty much summed it up.
Tim's been quiet for a while, Alistair. I think he's still on the phone to the Ukraine. Okay, look, let's move on from this one. Osmar, if we haven't given you the response that you're looking for, please ask it again on the SEO Questions community on Google+. Here's a question from Termite Tactics, and I haven't had time to look at them, but I thought this would be a good prospect to add to the SEMrush account that SEMrush are kind enough to give us free. But while you guys are chatting, I'll see if I can get some time to look it up. Anyway, Termite Tactics asks, hi everyone. I own and operate my own small pest control business in Lilydale, Melbourne, Australia. Our webpage has become something of a hobby. I enjoy trying to get better rankings on Google and have had some success considering some of the big players I'm in competition with. I understand pest control is an extremely competitive area within Google. I have done all the usual things. Do you have any simple tips on how my site and its ranking could be improved, or if there is something glaringly wrong with our site? Thanks. By the way, I had a look at Termite Tactics' profile on Google+, and I think it's benchmark for how to work social media. So much so that we have a client that's also a pest controller, and we've been trying to guide them, but they don't want to listen. So I sent a link to that one to them, and maybe that will sink in.
So the first thing I would say that I would improve. It's weird. Don't know what's going on here. Give me 1 second. I'm just getting strange things happening with the page on our site. Okay, so when I do a site search in Google for their domain, I see a page called Rats and Mice Lilydale Melbourne, and it's at /a/home/rats and mice Lilydale Melbourne. It's ranking in the Google search results. When I click through to the page, it actually gives me a 404 error, so the content that I'm expecting to find on the page isn't there, and instead I get a big long sitemap. Except that the page didn't return a 404 error. It returned a 200, which is why the page is still showing up in Google. So the first thing I would fix is to make sure that your 404 handler, the error handler, is actually returning a 404 response code. The next thing I would do that's kind of directly related to that is that this particular page for Rats and Mice Lilydale Melbourne, if you've moved that page somewhere else inside your site because you've restructured it or you've built a new website, for instance, and that page used to rank in Google and now it doesn't, you'll need to redirect that old page back to the new replacement page for that content, Rats and Mice Lilydale Melbourne. If you don't go and put in the 301 redirect, which is a permanent redirect from the old URL that's now 404, or an error page that's not really an error page in this instance, to its new equivalent page, your rankings will kind of suffer over time as a result of that. So that's something else I would correct.
Okay, while you guys are still looking at this site, according to SEMrush, he's ranking number 2 for termite Melbourne, number 4 for termite protection Melbourne, number 5 for Melbourne termite control, and 5 also for termite treatment Melbourne. And he's got, I think it looks like about 30 keywords in the top 100. He's doing pretty good, isn't he?
Yeah. A couple of things. I don't know why, and I've looked on a few different monetizers, but in the footer, the Google the +1 button seems to be messing with the Find Us on Google button, because I can't actually click through to the Find Us on Google Plus. Now, personally for me, and I'm assuming this guy's obviously, I don't know if it's an actual bricks and mortar business, but you know, on their contact is a mail PO box. I don't really know how Google treats that in Australia. I know for the US and the UK, well, in the UK we have very few PO boxes, but I know for the US they've pretty much discounted that in that sense. So for me, if you did have a bricks and mortar, or, you know, I would potentially look at, you know, trying to get that in the footer in the terms of, you know, your actual bricks and mortar business. But I probably understand that you're self-employed and you kind of work from home, so you probably don't want that in there. So, you know, it's a toss-up depending on what you like. I'd also put, you know, I would also put your, just from a user point of view, I know you've got your call us today at the top, but I would probably also have that somewhere in you know, in your footer as well as, and I know you've got that small red contact us, but I would actually have your phone number down there somewhere. But just double check that. Oh, hang on, I think I can. No, I still can't try another page. Trying to click that Find Us on Google Plus. Yeah, and there's just a. But otherwise, I mean, you've done really well with your content. You know, your frequently asked questions. I would probably try and tweak some of your titles. You know, I've seen a couple where you've got a lowercase in there where, you know, you've obviously just kind of, you know, typed it in, and I've got some of them are not all quite standardized across the way. So your FAQ page is FAQs on termites, termite inspections, and then you've got termite infestation Melbourne. But if we look at termite treatments, you know, it swaps around again, best termite protection in Melbourne, and then it goes Termidor, termite barrier treatments, termite traps. I would try and, you know, just look at your titles across your site, and where possible, try and standardize them slightly, because they all vary. They all vary completely. It's one might have a load of terms in separated by, you know, by pipes. Some might have just separated completely by commas, and some of them have your, you know, your brand name in termite tactics, and some don't. So I would just you know, work your way through. Possibly chuck them all into a spreadsheet, and that way it's easier to see. Work your way through, put everything into a spreadsheet with your titles, and then it's easier to see from a whole title perspective on trying to standardize them, because they don't all sort of match up, and maybe I've got a bit of OCD, but I really like to have things because it sends similar signals, you know, to search engines. And I like to have them sort of almost standardized. Yes, your termites information, those are all separated by pipes, and you don't have your brand in there. So yeah, just check out some of your stuff and just try and standardize them where possible. And without digging any deeper, I think that'll keep you busy for a week or two.
The other thing I would do as well is, since you're a local business, so your contact page, you list your contact information as a phone number and a PO box. Your Google Plus profile uses your address, 152 Hereford Road, Lilydale, and then in where are they? Too many tabs open. For business listings, wherever they are, yeah, so then your business listings on TrueLocal and Yellow Pages and places like that, they don't list your full address. They just say Lilydale, Vic. There's no street address listed. So you would want to go through all of the business directories like Yellow, TrueLocal, Start Local, you know, White Pages, other major business directories, and make sure that your address information that's listed on your Google Plus profile is consistent with name, address, and phone number across everywhere. The other thing is your phone number that's in the header of your website is in an image. There's a good chance that Google's not going to see that. So I would add your name, Termite Tactics, your official address and phone number, your 0397351125 number, maybe into the footer of your site-wide, just so that it's consistent everywhere across your entire site as well. I think that's a pretty simple thing to do. And I don't think that you need, in the footer, you've got your a string of red links across above the red block, footer block. Those links that are all in the footer, they're also in the header, in your primary navigation. So I don't really see a need to link to everything twice. So I would probably remove the ones in the footer. They're kind of redundant. That's probably it, I think, for the moment. Oh, one other thing. When I crawled your site just before, I noticed that you're linking out to a whole bunch of most linked pages. No, where is it? Performance, content, external links. You've got stuff where you've linked to pages on the a current affair website on 9MSN, Yahoo, CSIRO, the Herald Sun, YouTube, news.com.au, a bunch of these different really big sites. Some of those links that you're linking out to are actually linking to error pages on their sites, so maybe the content's moved, so you should update that link. The other thing that I assume is some of these articles that you're linking to, say on the 9MSN website, that article is actually about your business. You should put little images on your site that says, you know, as seen on a current affair, or as seen on 9MSN, as a validation thing, or on Yahoo, or, you know, the Herald Sun. If you've got a page on the Herald Sun that's actually about your business, for instance, you should go and use their logos on your site to reinforce the fact that you're awesome, and all of these really big businesses that Australians will recognise, you know, that you've been cited on their sites. That's really big news for a small business.
Excellent, Alistair. All right, termite tactics, that's your lot, but we'll be happy to answer more questions next week or any time after that if you'd like to ask it again on the SEO Questions community on Google+. I'll put a link to the SEMrush reports in the question you raised on our community. Here's a question from Niraj Kumar. He said that someone has advised him that in spite of posting many articles on a single topic, it's better to just replace the contents and let the URL and title remain unchanged. He goes on to write, don't create competition amongst your articles on your blog. Just provide new content by editing or replacing contents. According to advice that he received, he said that the advice said that if you create many posts on a similar subject, they will all compete with each other. The advice also went on to advise, I'm not sure if it's right, or well, could be, that it is a fact, well, everything is an opinion, that Google loves new content. So this strategy of replacing content to have fresh content on an already ranked page, I'm sorry, I read that badly. He said, it seems to me absurd. He said, what do you experts suggest?
This is a really fast question and answer. So write as much content as you want about the topic. Your friend is right that publishing a lot of articles on the same topic, that the content will, all of the different articles will naturally kind of compete with one another, but that's kind of okay because, you know, you're publishing different content around the topic, so that's okay. You know, I wouldn't be worried about that. The suggestion from your friend that you should replace the content on your old articles with new articles, but leave the URLs the same, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If you're publishing fresh articles that are still on topic but are new articles that are deliberately different to your existing content, replacing the content on your old articles just means that your old article vanishes across the internet and you replace it with a new one. So you haven't got more content and more keywords, for instance, that you could reasonably rank for or have third-party websites linked to. You've still got, you had 10 URLs, 10 pages, you wrote 5 new articles, you updated the existing 10, you've still only got 10 total pages with slightly different keywords and things like that in them. And that's not the way that you should generally approach this. So I think write as many articles as you want around the topic, make sure that they're good quality, relevant, etc. Don't replace the contents on your old ones in general. That's not the way that you would do it.
Well, I wouldn't say replace the content, but improve the content. If you have pages that rank really well, then it makes sense to improve the content or to improve that particular page.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that's improving an existing page is fine, but I mean that's a bit different to carte blanche replacing content, right?
Yeah. The replacing thing doesn't. The editing thing is okay, but replacing content, I don't think you should do that.
And Micah, who's suffering from the man flu today, said, I'm with Alistair on this, but I do think there are situations where you would replace the content. For example, when adding updates.
Yeah, so I mean, if you've got an article that's ever fresh, for instance, that's designed to be like a living document, as it were, then by all means go back and add additions to it, update it, edit it, improve it, etc., like Micah suggested. That's you just generally improving your content, like, but you wouldn't go back and replace the article carte blanche and replace it with a completely, potentially different article on still on the topic of your website, but a different article. That doesn't make sense. But by all means, go back and update existing articles and improve them.
Yeah, and Micah nods. Further in the chat, Tim Capper said that it turns out that my fibre optic broadband is suboptimal. Tim, okay. By the way, there's something you remarked in the previous question to this one, Tim. You said that you were OCD. I didn't know that. I have registered the domain name OCDSEO.com, and one day we should build a website on it. Do you think? Okay. All right, Niraj, I hope you're happy with that. I certainly am. John McLeod asks, should I put my keywords in meta description tag to boost ranking? John says, hi guys, is this meta description tag only for the search engines to show in results and increase the click-through ratio, or is it also for high rankings if we include our keyword in the meta description tag? Not stuffing it with keywords, but putting the keyword just once where needed. Does it help in getting rankings or not? Because I read an article on Moz which says no. And a link to the Moz site, which I hope somebody will add to this question page on dumbseoquestions.com. The link is http://moz.com/learn/SEO/meta-description.
No. So Google doesn't use the meta description for rankings. Doesn't matter what you put in it, you're not going to rank better because you've got stuff in your meta description. It'll improve the click-through rate from the search results. If you've got a really enticing description, it might make people click on your third position ranking for a given search a lot, or potentially make them not click on it as well. But it's not going to actually make you rank position 2 or position 1. You're muted, Jim.
Damn it! I'll start again. Actually, it was probably the best read I've done all night too. Hina Shah asks, will posting regularly, look, I should improve with the practice. Will posting regularly on my blog help me in getting ranking on Google? I have a blog configured separately via WordPress. Will posting regularly on it help me to rank? I don't know if Google has indexed the blog or not, as when I submit the link via Google Webmaster Tools, a message comes back that it has been redirected.
via Webmasters make us redirected. So if you're writing content regularly for your blog and it's good quality content, yeah, you stand a chance to get more traffic from Google if it's relevant for the people that are searching for your business or your website. So that's a good thing. Don't forget though that the mantra of build it and they will come, or publish it and traffic will come to your website naturally doesn't always work. So make sure as part of your content creation process that you also mix into that process the promotion of that content to find the people that it's relevant to try and reach out to them or promote it or things like that online to try and get links to that content as well, because that'll help the content rank in your website rank in general too. In terms of working out if it's been indexed or not, you can use an advanced query in Google and go site:yourdomain.com and then look for a phrase, for instance, or a title of a blog post. Or if your blog is hosted at domain.com/blog, just go site:domain.com/blog in Google, and it will show you all of the pages that Google have indexed against your domain under the blog folder, for instance.
Cool. Anybody else? All right, Hina Shah, I hope you are happy with that answer. Here is another question from Hina Shah. She says, my website used to be on the first page, but now it has dropped to the third or fourth page for the same keywords. What could be the reason? Do I need to change my title, meta name, and meta descriptions regularly? Or is it like blog posting? Blog posting does not help in helping you to rank on the first page of a result.
Could be a bunch of reasons why the website's not ranking anymore. Google may have devalued, for instance, a whole bunch of links that were pointing to your website. You might have had links from a bunch of questionable websites, for instance, and Google are no longer counting those links towards your site, so your rankings have dropped. You may have changed the URL of some really important pages on your site, deleted some content, changed some URLs around, and you've got 404 errors on your site. Maybe the pages that you changed were heavily linked from third-party sites. And error documents in Google, so 404s or 500 errors, for instance, they can't accumulate page ranks. So if you've got errors like that within your site, you really need to put in permanent redirects from the broken URLs to the equivalent replacement page within your site to help maintain those inbound links from those good quality sites that you want to maintain. In terms of changing your title, meta name, descriptions regularly, no, I don't think so. You should definitely have high quality titles and descriptions on your site across all of your high quality, highly commercial pages, for instance. Going and changing them all the time, it's not something I would do. It could work. I've never tried it either, but I just don't think that it would yield results if you were constantly changing it either. If you do it and it works, let me know.
Well, I was just looking at the blog, and I did some searches for the content on the blog, and they're almost all duplicates. I got one result. You see, where Google gives me 630 results for the same content. So I'm guessing there's more going on here then. It appears that you basically are copy-pasting things from the web to your blog. I wouldn't do that.
Okay. Alistair is just about to leave us. Thank you very much, mate, for your contribution tonight.
That's good. Have fun answering the next 20 odd questions.
We'll be right. Tim Capper and I, we'll do them in our sleep, mate.
Nash. I'm out of here. See you guys.
Okay. All right. The next question is from Jai Prakash. He says, my client's site is 2 years old, but it has no ranking. Please guide me in the right direction. The site has 502 backlinks, and also we share in social media. But so far, results have not been satisfactory. And he's looking for your advice, guys. Micah Fisher-Kirchner in the chat tells us that 502 is not enough, Jai. You'll need 523 to do well. Joking, mate. Thank you, Micah. If you hadn't written that down, I wouldn't know.
Do we have a URL for Jai?
Not unless it's in the community comments. Is it showing there on the panelist report?
Is it deaninfotech.com?
Ah, yes, that's possibly right. That rings a bell.
Right.
From memory, I think Jai also asked a question of us last week. I have a feeling he's upgraded the site since I last looked at it. I'm not sure. Does anybody recall what it looked like last week? Quite a nice site. If you're following us along at home, it's Dean, D-E-A-N, infotech.com.
Okay, Dean. Sorry, Dean. What am I calling it? It's Jai. Right. Yeah, look, I know you say you've got 503 links, but yeah. Okay. Actually, we've got. I'm seeing 507, but unfortunately, you are dealing with really outdated and are technically against Google's quality guidelines. So basically your links aren't worth anything, unfortunately. 13% of your links are anchor texted as digital marketing service provider company in India. That is completely unnatural. And they come from things like Simple Directory, Links Arena, Links Heaven, Links Sphere, names directory, website list, all directory, directory master, and monster backlink. Okay, so that is, in short and sweet, a simple answer for you. Then we've got different ones where you've changed up the anchor text to best web design and development company in Faridabad. Same again, all from directories. Okay, so that is, one of your problems. You need to correct that. What? Hang on a second. What's going on here? I've got to check something here.
In the chat, Edwin Jonk said he saw that one too. I wish I knew what you guys were talking about.
Well, he's offering SEO. He's offering a lot to his clients. He has some services. He does offer SEO, SMO, and PPC. He offers application development, responsive web design, e-commerce development, maintenance, and enhancement, mobile applications. Then he also has solutions. For example, he's got Dean Accounting, which is a business, which is an accounting software. He has Dean CRM. And when I go through those products you sell, you don't tell much about it. For example, for social media optimization, those are 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences. And so that's not a lot of content, is that?
No. On another forum, if people offer SEO services and ask questions about SEO, they heap scorn on them. But I know you guys are of the view that people should be entitled to say, to compete in any level of the industry that they wish. And it's up to the client to choose whether they want to purchase the services or not.
I've got. Okay, I mean, look. Apart from some, look, those links are just absolutely terrible. Apart from that, if you are offering, or this Dean Infotech is offering, sort of, as an SEO marketing kind of provider, I really think you need to sort out sort of your titles on the site, as a basic. They just, are great. There's another thing that you may want to look at. Now, I don't know if this Dean Infotech was... Yeah, actually, look, I've just clicked onto the application development page, and your title hasn't changed on anything. Your titles are just Dean Infotech. So apart from, even if you were ranking, people wouldn't be clicking on the site because there is no descriptive, there's nothing about telling a user in a search result what you're doing. Now, just on the offside of that, I was looking through, sort of anchor text, and I came across one which doesn't, it amounts to a lot of links to your site, but it doesn't make sense. Basically, it's solvent extraction plant in India, chem solvent, or chem solvent. Now, it's got that doesn't make any sort of sense in terms of your company. Was this Dean Infotech originally a solvent extraction plant in India, linked to ChemSolvent? If not, I highly suggest you track these down and have these removed. Okay, they amount to 11% of your links, which isn't great. So, you know, look, I really think you need to work on your site. I think you need to clean up all those links and then build some decent stuff coming in. You know, even your blog is just, title is Dean Infotech. It just, yeah, you've got one blog post on there. You like Edwin said, you're just not giving it. You're not providing the value to your user. And if I was going to do a comparison of, let's say, 5 sites, which I had narrowed down out of, you know, a list, you know, and I'm assuming quite a few users and businesses out there are like myself, but I would take 5 and work my way through on what they offer. Do they seem authoritative? I would narrow it down to 3, and then I would actually physically speak to them. So the point being there is, you know, if someone had to take this site and put it next to another site that's actually offering the same kind of products and services, based on the content that you're providing, I think you would not even get an invite to tender. So really, you need to look at the site. You need to provide value to the user. Just really think about how you're going to do that. I would sort out all your titles, every single one, relook at those, because even if you were number 1, people wouldn't be clicking on it. And then seriously sort out all your links, especially that exceptionally weird one that I've pointed out for you.
Excellent. Hello, David Rozam. How are you, mate? Okay, Jai Prakesh, look, if we've been discussing the wrong site, that would be my fault. We took a guess at that, but look, if there's more
God, if it wasn't the wrong site. Just slagged off someone's site.
If you would like to clarify in a further question on the SEO questions community on Google+, we'll be happy to try again. The next question on our run list is question 13 for Roy K. What's the best practice using 1 or 2 or 3 keywords in one web page title?
Okay, I'll give a shot at this. Right, so I wouldn't even say best practice in that sense. The question that I obviously want to put to you, Roy, you're saying 1, 2, or 3 keywords in one web page title. And this is the question. Are those 1, 2, or 3 keywords actually related? In the sense of, are they the same kind of product, or are you just using sort of synonyms? If, for example, it's the latter, where it's actually could technically be 3 different products, those 3 different products should have 3 different of their own product pages, and that keyword that product should have just be in the title. Now, if you mean 1, 2, or 3 keywords, as in different meanings or synonyms of that one keyword, then you don't need to have them all in the title. But I would certainly include them within your copy on the page, because Google will pick that up and understand it. But I would pick the singular keyword that you know, is probably more widely used industry-wise, and you can check all 3. You know, if they're not sort of synonyms in that sense, but you can check all 3 and just chuck them into AdWords Keyword Planner, and that can give you an idea on which one people tend to search for more, or chuck them into Google Trends, just to give you an idea which one's more searchable. I would then use that one in my title. I would use my content primarily based around that one, but use the 2 other synonyms within my content also. Okay, and see if you can possibly get that into a secondary title in there, in an H2 title, if it looks natural. But certainly use the synonyms within, and Google will recognize those and work with that. So I've kind of looked at it in 2 different ways in what you're actually asking, and I hope I've given you an answer on that.
Tim, do you also use AdWords keyword tool?
Yeah, I said AdWords Keyword Planner, or whatever they call it now.
Does anyone remember when John and Maria discussed the title? There was a website that had, I think, over 15 part numbers in the title. And they said it was okay because all the parts were on the page.
I can't remember that one, Rob.
15
It's
part
about a year
numbers,
ago.
so 15 products. So they said it was cool to have 15 products on one page.
Yeah.
So how did you purchase that product if they were all on one page?
I suppose you click through it and then put it in your cart.
Okay.
It was a car part.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. They didn't say a great ranking factor. They never say something like that. But they said it wasn't wrong.
No. And I never said it was wrong. But personally, for me, I would pick, you know, and the point for me is if I've got two or three keywords there, you've kind of got like 60 odd characters to make it stand out to someone.
Yeah,
and if
you have as many characters as you want to use.
Yeah, sure. But in the search results, the displayed search results, you need to make a bang in those, you know what I mean? You need to appeal to someone who is going to look at that and go, that's what I want to click on. Now, if you're whacking about with 3 different keywords, which may or may not be related, which obviously we don't know in this situation, but let's say they're all, you know, that's fair enough. But let's say you've got a brand that you've really built up and you're working well with your brand. Do you not want your brand name to show at the end of the title? Because let's say it's a real brandable thing, like let's just say, for example, Apple. Now, if you chuck in 3 keywords into there on what the particular product is, and you don't include Apple or, you know, or Samsung or whatever, would the guy above you or below you who actually has Apple as the brand or your brand name in there not get the click over you, where you just look like you just type in iPhone 5, you know, buy iPhone 5, iPhone 5 for sale, cheap iPhone 5. It just, to me, nowadays, I think people are becoming more and more savvy online, and when they see something like that, I personally don't click it. I would rather click on the one that talks to me. But I think he needs to go back and just look at, like we said, what is he achieving? But I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, personally, I wouldn't add.
You should make sure Google can recognize the theme of your page from the title. That's the first thing you need to do, and then you start sculpting it in the most attractive way to how people will see it. And then suddenly Google comes back and changes your title.
That's when you know you've got it wrong. And if Google changes your title, change your titles to match theirs. If that's what they want to see, and depends, unless it's really, really crap. But if Google's saying, actually, we think this in a search result is far better than what you have produced, run with it. See how it works.
If you do that, you get a warning. You have a short title in your Webmaster tools.
Yeah. This is Google's psychological mind games that they like to play on us. But some of us are too strong to fall into that trap.
I actually never had a mentioning of title too long in my Webmaster tools, and I do write long titles.
Yeah. I do long ones. I do long ones. But occasionally, if you take the piss, they just think, no, sod off, and they just change it themselves. I write a title that will best describe it to a user and what I believe that they will, ultimately click on in the search results. I don't.
You're right, Tim. I was just going to say that I think Mike has spelled out a good one in the chat. Do you want me to reel it out?
Yeah, I've been trying to ignore those.
Okay, look, I see we've been joined by David Razan. David has 30 years experience writing marketing content, including a decade of writing SEO content, one of the first SEO copywriters in the UK. Thanks for joining us tonight, David.
Pleasure. Sorry, I'm late.
Oh, that's okay. We'll dock your wages.
Can't do that.
Here's another question from Roy K. It's question 14 on your run list, guys. It's a question titled, is it true that 2 or more keywords in a title causes unwanted competition, brackets cannibalism? He goes on to say, weekend quiz, what about these theories? 2 or more keywords in a title causes unwanted competition. 2, with every keyword in the title, chances to rank better for each keyword grow. Basically just covered this, didn't we? Well, if I can help a little while you guys are considering this, would it be true to say that 2 or more keywords is no big deal? I mean, you should really be writing your title to make the page content discernible to the user. But it's probably true, and especially with the second part of your question, the more words that you have in a title, the less impact each individual word will have. Would that be close to the mark, guys? Michael Fisher-Kirshner in the chat has said you do want to keep your title tags succinct. Every day I learn a new word.
And the meaning of that is?
Succinct, keep them brief and descriptive. I think that might be a good... Let me look it up for you. It's an adjective, especially of something written or spoken, briefly and clearly expressed.
Well, you got it right the first time, Jim.
First time for everything, Rob. Okay, any comment on Roy's question? He'll probably ask for a refund if he's stuck with just my answer.
No refunds, mate.
Okay, Roy, I hope that you're happy with that. Here's an interesting question from Barbara Gilbert Interiors. Barbara said, I have just discovered that I have a numerous amount of bad backlinks on my website. I hired a company a couple of years ago to handle my SEO, and I think that they were using black hat techniques as my SEO tanked with the release of Penguin. And I understand that I am being penalized by Google. I'm hoping to have these links removed, and I am getting different opinions from SEO companies. Since I have been burned more than once by using companies that were not ethical, and I was not smart about such things, I am scared to death. So can someone recommend a process to remove these links, or a very reputable company to do it? Any advice is appreciated. Thanks in advance.
I think the question here is, do you attempt to fix it, or do you start again? I've seen, although this is not a speciality of mine, a colleague of mine does this kind of work, clearing up bad links, and there's or bad link profiles. So there's always a question of how much time will it take to clear up these bad links. How bad are they? How bad a neighborhood are they in? How automated? How black hat? So on and so forth. Because talks about Google's disavow tool here. The disavow tool alone, as far as I understand it, is not the complete answer. You have to do you have to leap through a few hoops to begin with, and actually show evidence of how you've tried to get them removed, these bad links, manually, i.e. by contacting owners of dodgy sites, dodgy directories, and so on. So really depends on how bad. If Barbara has got thousands and thousands of these things, it may well be the case that the best thing to do is knock it down and start again. If it's not too bad, then it's going to take time, but it may be worth doing. Okay, that's about as much as I can contribute, I think.
Yeah, I think that's very well said, David. As an add-on, I would look at the anchor text. If the anchor text is really full with rich keywords, then that is considered a bad link tool, even if it is from a genuine directory like Yellow Pages. If that anchor text is really spammy, then you should consider removing it.
Okay. Anybody else on this one?
Yeah. It's a question of, you know, it's kind of like that. Yeah. It's look. The thing is so you say after Penguin. Now I'm assuming you never had an actual manual warning. You know, what I'm trying to look, a manual penalty is far easier to clean up than an algorithmic. And the reason I say algorithmic is because we have no idea when Google will refresh Penguin and release you algorithmically if you have cleaned up your site. Just to get a brief background, it was running twice a year, and all of a sudden we've had a hiccup and it hasn't even run this year yet. So when it will refresh, you know, it's kind of anybody's guess. If it was algorithmic, you are going to be in for you know, quite a bit of a haul, because you'll need to clean it up. From what I've just done, and I'm assuming this is your site based on your name that you know in here, but I mean, we're looking at roughly 20-odd thousand links. That is a big chunk to fix. So, you know, it's a question of how much time are you going to dedicate to this, or what, you know, and it's really a question of, if it's a manual, which us, you know, based on that amount of links, I would have said it's probably a manual, but let's assume it's not. You know, you're going to have to clean it up, and it's going to have to be, you know, you're going to have to wait for Penguin to refresh. When people say they've given you conflicting information, I'm not entirely sure, you know, what conflicting information is pretty much you need to clean up the links, especially the things that, you know, what I'm seeing here is over-optimized stuff like interior designers, Dallas, Texas, custom window treatments, bathroom interior design. That is all, you know, sort of classed as over-optimized anchor text and unnatural. All of your stuff should be BarbaraGilbertInteriors.com, or, you know, view Barbara Gilbert's interiors, or check out Barbara Gilbert, or www.BarbaraGilbertInteriors, things like that. Those are technically, you know, what they would define as natural, or unless they're coming from a really bad place. Yeah, and the pretty much is that your first step would be to identify all of them, pop them into the disavow file, but you still need to make a concerted effort in removing as many as physically possible, and that is what the SEO company would need to do. You could use the disavow file, or they would need to disavow them, but then they would need to, you know, create an XML spreadsheet and document their actual removal process, especially if, you know, you do have a manual penalty, because they will need to show this within their reconsideration. I don't know if you have checked your Webmaster tools and to see if there is an actual manual penalty in there. But yes, most of your stuff is all coming from directories and sort of Web 2.0 properties, just you know, articles that were created, and I'm not going to go through all of them, and I'm assuming some of them were spun also, just, you know, having this over-optimized text in it. So unfortunately, the long and short of it all is
Is Tim frozen, or is it just me?
think the lights went out. He does have fiber, you know.
Okay. All right. Well, look, while we're waiting for Tim to come back, Barbara, disavowing links is really something that you can do yourself. And if you have any questions about it, you could ask again on the SEO Questions community. It's not, excuse me. I got to the mute button just in time. Yeah, look, it's not something that is overly complicated. It's just a matter of adding them to a text file and uploading them to Google. But then once you've disavowed the bad links that were previously benefiting your site, you've got to replace them with new links, and from there you'd need to contact suppliers and customers, the people in your sphere of influence, and hopefully build links, valuable links to your site, directories in your website's niche, and so on. As for recommending very reputable companies, we really can't do that here because it wouldn't be fair to mention one over the other. Well, really, there is an easy way to tell if a company is reputable. You just look for the word SEO, and if that appears, it's generally an indication that the company is reputable. That's a joke, Barbara. Okay, so if we need to answer more, please ask us again, Barbara, and we'll be more than happy to do it. It looks like Tim's not coming back, so I'll go on to the next question. It's from Michael Tigulo. Is anybody here using the Spyder Spanker plugins? It gives me a fatal error. Has anybody encountered this kind of issue? And please help me to fix it. Thanks in advance. Look, I hadn't even heard of a Spyder Spanker plugin, although Tim Capper apparently is into spanking, but he's not here at the moment. But guys, have you heard anything on this? No? Okay. Yeah, look, yes, Mike, if he's a person to put in the chat, hitting a man while he's down. To be fair, I didn't have the hangout on the screen when I said that, so I didn't know he was gone. Okay. Well, maybe I lied. Yeah. All right. No, look, I'm sorry, Micah. We're no help there. I hope somebody in the community was able to assist. No, it doesn't look like it. Look, I'll look it up and see if I can find something for you to add to here. But at this stage, we don't have much. Imtiaz Ahmed Tanik asks, is the Web 2 pyramid link building losing its value? He says, I know that page rank value on ranking is becoming less important. Does it mean that Web 2 pyramid link building is also losing value? These are words that I don't understand, so I'm going to have to ask you guys to answer. Yeah, look, guys, don't fight over these questions.
I mean, what is Web 2.0 pyramid link building?
Yeah, and what does pyramid link building has to do with Web 2.0? I don't really understand the question either, Jim.
Yeah, I mean...
Perhaps we could answer on the basis of pyramid link building and page rank in general.
Let's just simply say it's bad practice.
Pyramid link building is bad practice. I think that's a fair thing to say.
And it's not hard for search engines to see the pyramid. So once you rank and it becomes an issue, then just look at the link graph and say, oh, this is link farming, or this is a pyramid link, or what have you. They just gave you a manual penalty. It's very risky.
Yes, it's got a limited shelf life, hasn't it? Although, you know, if Google keeps stretching out the times between penguin runs, maybe it's not so risky. You know, is Google creating a window of opportunity for people to go absolutely crazy and build a whole heap of crap links, profit from it for a short period until the hammer drops the next time Penguin is run?
Well, actually, Micah makes a good comment in the chat. He says Web 2.0 is social media, so assuming here he's using social media to link build.
Yeah, but how does it become a pyramid?
Yeah. Micah, do you have more thoughts on that, or?
Pyramid is the naughty word here.
Yeah, I mean, it does scream sort of not so good.
Okay, so Imtiaz Ahmed Tanik, I'm sorry we don't have more for you, but it's hard to generate excitement in the panel on the practice of pyramid link building. Ed Barnett asks a question. My website is not doing near as well for the very same phrases when filtered for mobile. Do you guys have any idea why? He said, after listening for many months and working my way through most of the archives, I'm pleased to proclaim that I feel half qualified to join the group. I am indeed dumb. I don't believe that for 1 second, Ed. He said, I can prove it though. Consider the following. He goes on to say, I have been working with several small local businesses, a dentist, a hairdresser, a nail salon, and a steel fabricator, and have been making slow but steady progress as reported by Google Webmaster Tools. These sites are ranking at or near the top for several important keywords and phrases on the web, but not doing near as well for the very same phrases when filtered for mobile. And I don't have the vaguest idea why. Do you guys have a reason for this?
Well, firstly, I'd run a crawl or a test on your mobile versions. You may have missed something. You may have URLs or links which are broken. I would just obviously double check your entire site. Have you also added a mobile sitemap? Has all the pages been found? I would certainly double check the mobile version, or is it responsive? If it's responsive, you need to just check these and see what the situation is. But without any particular examples, we can't really look at it exactly.
Sounds kind of sensible to me. Doesn't add anything particularly useful to it, but yes.
Okay. I just spoke a brilliant synopsis. Then I'm sorry you missed it because I had the mute button on, but I I can't add much to that. So let's move on from there. Well, and Ed, yes, go ahead, please.
Well, for some keywords, it depends on your keywords. Some keywords people don't search that much on mobile. I don't think people search that much for SEO agency, for example, on their mobile phone. If they want to hire somebody, they go to their desktop and search on their desktop. Is that a fair comment?
Everything you say, Edwin, I take away and write down.
Oh. Then rather shut up then.
Okay. Well, look, Ed, thank you for your participation on the SEO Questions community on Google+. We look forward to hearing a lot more from you. Here's a question, number 19 on your run list from Anna Lawler. How can we repurpose blog content for LinkedIn, etc., to improve SEO without being penalized for duplicating content? Anna goes on to say, hi all, I'm hoping you might be able to help. In a post-Panda world, how can we repurpose blog content without being penalized? Obviously, a cut and paste job is out of the question. But if the content is so similar but reformatted, is that enough? Any help would be gratefully received. Thanks. I see David Rosam has left us. Is Tim Capper back from the Ukraine yet?
I'm not sure how you would use LinkedIn for SEO.
Well, LinkedIn articles appear in search, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but I believe they're on follow.
The links in the articles, I think so. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's all no follow. Look, if you slightly repurpose it, because ultimately, if you've, what is the question number?
19, I think. Let me just check that.
Yeah.
Question number.
Yes, look, there's no, you would need to repurpose it slightly, and I would probably try and change up your title. The only reason being is, look, okay, LinkedIn is no follow. So in terms of passing page rank to you, it's not going to do anything to you. You also, if you just sort of copied and pasted, LinkedIn, purely based on its authority, is going to outrank your own site. So, you know, you don't necessarily want that happening either. So if you did want to push it out to LinkedIn because you've got, you know, some great followers on LinkedIn, etc., that, you know, find your stuff and you know, you've got a great network going on there, I would obviously try and repurpose it a little bit, and obviously change your title up where possible, and repurpose it for the LinkedIn kind of network itself, on what your community wants to see, read, and enjoy, and because you know them best. But you know, you need to think about what you're trying to get out of it in that sense. I don't think you'll be penalized for duplicating content, but I think you will, in a sense, be filtering your own site out of search results if you just copied it. So yeah, I would definitely repurpose it for that particular community that you would like to share that with.
Okay. All right. I see we have 5 viewers still at the moment. If any of you would like to join us on the panel, we have plenty of space available. I've put a link on the event notice for this Hangout, which will log you straight on, and you'll find it on Google Plus by searching for Dumb SEO Questions 96. Okay, so have we covered this one, do you think, guys, for Anna? Don't tell me I was muted. No, I'm not. Good. All right. Next question is from Ashwin Akaraya Puthij. When I search for best fishing hook in India, the search engine results page lists websites from other countries. How is this possible? Does this mean that if I create a website targeting that keyword, that it's easy to outrank the foreign websites? And 2, why do such results even show up when it's not possible to buy from them because they are in a different country? He says that the search query is only an example. Okay, but we know what you mean.
Well, maybe the query isn't localized, and you can get search results from all over the web, including the US or the UK, which is a little bit weird because that will be the ccTLD co.uk. But it's not impossible for ccTLDs to rank outside of their region. So yeah, it does indicate that that particular search query might be open for more competition. By the way, he was searching from the local search engine google.co.in.
Okay. Have we covered this one, guys?
Well, unless you have something to say about it.
No, I am. Did we mention Barry Schwartz's pigeon update?
No, but why would you mention that here, Jim?
Because he's saying that he's not getting local search results.
Oh, okay. I missed that article, I think.
Oh, that's about the only thing I'd add is that currently in the US, an update that has been named by Barry Schwartz to be the pigeon update is aimed at providing better local search results, results where merchants in your local area are more likely to appear. Currently, it's affecting in the US local search results and Google Maps results, and it's intended to roll it out worldwide. I don't think it's got to India yet, or Australia yet, but maybe the best time to ask this question, Ashwin, is after that. Our next question is from Gabriel Partini. Is it better to optimize the existing page or create a new page to target certain keywords? He said, when you use the query keyword, he actually tricked me when he put this on the SEO Questions community on Google+, because when I look at search, I normally type site:/example.com space keyword, but he's put it around the other way. Anyway, he says that Google will give you your most relevant page for the keyword, or that would be pages. The question is it better to continue to optimize the page that Google returns, or is it better to pick another page, maybe create a new one? I see that we've lost Micah Fisher-Kirshner. We've got 3 left. Don't leave me, guys.
Well, in general, I would say optimize the page. That page is ranking for the keyword, so why would you make another page with the same keyword? Unless you have good content for that particular page. It's not uncommon to have multiple pages that pretty much have the same keyword. For example, you have a product page and you have some blog pages discussing the same subject. That's perfectly fine.
Okay, anybody else? Gabriel, I hope you're happy with that. Naraj Kumar has a question. I think that Google can never control quality of content. What do you think? I think good luck with that plan, Naraj. He says the below screenshot has 3 visible results for the keyword stamp duty on share certificate in Haryana. The first 2 search engine results pages, or the first 2 results, are of the same blog, and the third is a newsletter with almost the same content, and certainly the topic is the same. Is this not a matter of duplicate content? I think that Google can never control the quality of content.
Probably not, but they can go ahead.
Sorry, Edwin. Sorry, I see we've been joined by William Rock, proud to call himself an SEO from. Is it from Texas or Arkansas?
Kansas. Close. Very close. Thanks for having me on the show, guys. I've been watching you guys since the beginning, and I saw another comment, and I would show them you're still alive. I'm like, okay, let's jump on. It's good to see you guys. It's been a long time since I've been on the show.
You've been lucky, William. Other people have been a lot less fortunate.
Well, I've started a new 90-day challenge right now, and I think you've probably heard about it by now, but my goal for 90 days is to come out and do as much teaching and training around real-world tactics and demonstrations on what I do for full-on clients, from small mom pops to start, big Fortune 500 bigger. Works in different places, but the tactics are all the same. Anyhow, carry on.
Okay. Getting back to the question for Niraj Kumar, what comments do we have for Niraj, guys?
Well, Google can never control the quality of content, but what they can do is estimate which particular content has a higher quality. There are a number of patents for that, and I think if you search on SEObythesea.com from Bill Slosky, you will get some results about how Google or Microsoft or other search companies would value the quality of content. But it is possible to estimate the quality of content.
Edwin, that's a fantastic point, and I think that to add to that, I don't know the question exactly, but for quality scores, the neat test I normally like to do is A/B split testing with Google AdWords, and then utilize the actual quality score of my targeted keyword and my advertising, and then also the landing page, because all of that comes back to the quality of the entire robot and the way that the algorithm works, with semantic search in full swing.
Well, just as an example, within Google, when you click on the search tools, let me see, you can set it to reading levels. So that might be a way for Google to estimate what good quality is and what isn't good quality. In the search results, they narrow it down to basic, intermediate, and advanced. So for sure there are ways to look at content if it is easy to read or hard to read, etc. You're muted, Jim.
Hey, Edwin, on that point with Bill, your post that you just talked about with Bill Swalski, I think that's how you pronounce his last name. Anyhow, he was just talking a lot about exactly what you're talking about in a recent hangout I was just on. So I'll see if I can find the post. Very good, detailed information. He's a true. When it comes to patents, he's a true geek on that. So he's been that way ever since I started with Google when it was born.
Excellent. Okay, Jonathan London has a question. Does anyone know about Yotpo integration, or even better, integration with the Yahoo store? We may not be able to help you, Jonathan. I don't think any of us have skills in that area, but anyway, Jonathan goes on to say, rich snippets dash aggregate rankings. My structured data is giving me this error. Error rating could not be normalized. Error rating is empty. And attached is a link to the Google Webmaster Tools results page for the page in question. And you'll see that it's a link to the Google Structured Data Testing tool, which you can access if you view this question either on its own page on the dumbseoquestions.com site or in the SEO Questions community on Google+.
Jim, can you share that link of the example in the chat real quick? I don't have the other page up, but I think that I can help with answering a Yahoo question. I've worked with that shopping cart since, I believe, 1999. So it goes way back as the history of how that cart was developed and a lot of the back-end SEO elements going even from the simplest thing, www, to the actual or non-dub to the dub. But as far as the tags, I mean, right now there's a lot of scuttle about how much those actually are going to be playing a role in the future. I believe with some of the testing I've done in even the restaurant space, I've been doing a test for about a year and a half on it. It's a brand new site based off of Joomla, and it actually has everything on that site without utilizing the tagging. So, and I still get all the things that an actual person would have with the tagging. And what I'm saying, kind of alluding to, is I think the robot is learning how to pick up those signals automatically. Therefore, we don't have to use those, spend the effort in actually figuring those out. Yahoo stores is going to be a lot more difficult because you really don't have full control of the e-commerce code. So that's going to be kind of difficult. You're going to be working with the support team quite a bit, and that's the channels I had to take with a lot of the search engine friendly features that were never really existent when I first started, but a lot of them are actually added now. But that store is still difficult to work with. I hope that answered a little bit of the question, but I think that right now I wouldn't focus so much on the tagging just yet. I think Google's already on the works to figure that out. I'd focus more of your time on the products, the descriptions. Look at your bounce rates. Go into your Google Analytics and just look at those products. Look for your highest product bounce rate first, and if it's a product that you can sell, reduce that bounce rate by modifying that page with A/B split testing.
Excellent, William. Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Let's call that an answer for Jonathan, and address a question from Girish Kapoor. Does anyone know what the daily or hourly ping limit is for the search engines Google and Bing? I don't think there is such a thing yet, is there?
There is. There's actually, it depends on what tool he's using, and then also if he's going to use the tool with the proxies to actually ping the queries. Most of that happens with pinging a search query to look for your ranking, your average position, which nowadays you just grab that from your Google Webmaster Tools data, and you can see all that data that Google gives you all automatically, your ups and downs, what they're testing, what your click-through rates are, impression counts. So all the data is already given to you. So I mean, tools, I used to use those tools a long time ago because I thought they were helpful, but then I found that basically Google will actually shut off it basically temporarily turns off your IP from even searching, and so you'll get a message that says, you've hit a threshold and there might be a piece of malware running in the background of your computer, please verify. And then most of that just kicks off with a fresh start of a search crawler. So it depends on what he's trying to do and what he's using, what he's pinging most of the time. But most of the time something's pinged, it's just hitting that query as a robot.
Okay, anybody else? I must have frightened William. He's gone quiet.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I was hoping for somebody else to jump in, but it did get quiet. I think I scared everybody away, huh? Just kidding.
I think Kim's occupied on the red phone.
Well, you can ping. You can ping the sitemap quite a lot. But I'm searching through the Google Webmaster help forum. It doesn't say that there is a limit, but I'm sure there is. If you're pinging your sitemap every microsecond, Google will probably give you 500 or a 403 error or something like that.
See, I messed up the question because actually I was thinking of something completely different with pinging a search query, but with utilizing a ping for the crawler. I mean, how often are you actually putting the content on? And if you basically just upload your sitemap, as it changes, there shouldn't be any problem with Google coming back and crawling it.
Well, he says when publishing new posts, so you can use www.google.com webmaster/tools ping ? Sitemap is, and then your sitemap URL. I'm not aware of any limits, but for sure Google has tools at the back end. If they think you're doing something out of the ordinary, they might block you.
And they might just ignore the queries as well.
In the documents it says we recommend that you resubmit a sitemap no more than once an hour. So let's call that a limit, once an hour.
Yeah. Good find. Good find, Edwin.
Also, I mean, if Google's only picking up the sitemap once every 24 hours, there's really not much point resubmitting the other 23. And then the other thing is, I don't think there's any value in re-pinging a page once you've notified Googlebot of the existence of a page. There's no point re-notifying, is there?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, I think that it turns into a spamish back-end problem that Google would have to deal with, having all these resubmits, that they would eventually just kick those out and either flag and then have it manually looked at, or, I think it just kind of raises some red flags that I don't think you really want to be tampering with that. I think once an hour, max, but yeah, if you got a sitemap, just let it get found. It'll get found. That's Google's job.
Okay, so would it be fair to say the elevated statement for Girish is that as long as he's only pinging when he produces content, the ping limit will never be reached because one, there's no point pinging a second time. Well, once he's pinged once, that should be enough. And so it's really limited by the time it takes him to produce a page. So he really has nothing to worry about. Is that fair?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing for me. I don't ever use that tool just for the fact of it's going to find my content. If it's good content and it's actually engaged with your visitors, the visitor analytics is going to actually help Google figure out if it's a quality page or not. Are they bouncing, going back to the search and trying something different? Google's going to give you that impression query to test out different words on that particular page automatically.
Okay. All right, let's move on to a question from Ryan Kramer. Ryan says, a few months ago I updated a lead form in an attempt to get more qualified leads. Although the number of questions went from 4 to 16, the layout performed well, doubling the number of leads while making them more qualified. And having the more qualified leads, I set up the goal in Google Analytics and reaped the benefits of more visitors. Last month, I added more validation and improved the user interface, and while converting the program from a third-party handler to in-house, so I would have better reporting. Although the client is happy to have the more usable more usable leads and reporting, the validation seems to have dropped the number of reached goals. I'm tempted to direct those leads that fail validation to another goal page to regain the traffic. However, I was wondering if there is a more ethical way. The value of the validated leads is much more, but with only one real goal tracking funnel, increasing the value in Google Analytics goals does not seem like it would be the most effective answer. Gee, I think that Ryan's putting the cart before the horse here. I'd be wanting the concrete leads. You can't spend statistics in Google Analytics.
Very true, Jim. I mean, it's if you're running an e-commerce site, for example, right? I mean, you really have to actually be careful on what you spend based off what you buy that product for, and then what your profit margin is. So if you're actually spending, you're only having like $15 profit margin, and you're spending $50 just to get that conversion, there's a lot of ways that you can actually improve that opportunity, right? And you're right. I think you can't just jump in and have a basic website and then throw a bunch of ads at it or a bunch of marketing techniques and expect it to turn out leads. But I would want the leads first versus just the traffic and the keywords and all that stuff. The rankings come later. My engagement and my visitor experience is probably the key, and everybody talks about that, but I think if you start to dig into your analytics and really understand what's happening with your visitors, look for a simple report like flow-through data reports. I mean, you can dive through all the way down to the city location and see, okay, they went to this page, this page, this page, but they never got to my order page, or they never got to my contact form. So what am I doing wrong? Where are they going and where are they leaving? How do I fix that funnel to really affect the overall performance of the website and actually convert at a less cost? And then when I go back to paid advertising, I can get rid of that $50 spend, and I can go, okay, well, maybe I'm spending $2 or $3 for this conversion now, based off of what I just changed. So little things like that can make a huge difference in really anybody's site. Doesn't matter what niche industry you're in. Been kind of that game since you started, huh, Jim? You've got experience with a website yourself. A few of them.
A couple.
So, all right, I'm off the soapbox.
Okay. Anybody else on goal funnels?
Just set them up right so they can be tracked.
If Alice the letter more. Yeah. Oh, sorry, William, I interrupted you.
Oh, you're fine. I'd say, make sure you're setting up your funnels and your goals properly for what you want to track. If it's a contact form that you're wanting to track, check to see how many people. One funnel I would put would be, build one that just says, hey, I got these people went to this page, and then you've got a path to add to the next thing, saying, okay, they actually filled out the contact form and went to the thank-you.html or PHP. Now I can actually go back and track that. And then I can also go back to my staff and say, how many phone calls did we get from Google, from the internet? So it gives you a little bit more idea of how those things are actually, it gives you a better gauge of where you're spending your money and where you're making your money. And use shortcuts. Google Analytics shortcuts are a beautiful thing. You don't have to get stuck with all the rest of the stuff. Just build yourself a shortcut to those funnel reports, and you can get quickly to them without having to dig deep. The executive level of reporting, right?
Yeah, because I'm not the smartest bloke on the planet. I like simple solutions, and look, one thing I'd be saying to Ryan is if I notice he says in his question he added more validation. He said, and the validation seems to have dropped the number of reached goals. Although the client is happy to have more qualified leads and reporting probably stemming from the validation. But see, the simple thing for me would be to not worry about the stats. They're not the end goal. The leads are. So I'd be ripping the validation out and getting those leads, and I wouldn't worry if they weren't as qualified as the others. But then again, I'm not all that smart.
Jim, give yourself more credit than that. I've been watching you speak for a very long time, sir.
I was just saying to Tim Capper the other day, that William Rock, he's a very perceptive man. Okay. All right. Well, does anybody else have a comment for Ryan? All right, moving on to number 26 on our run list is Girish Kapoor's question, should I use different analytics tracking or a subdomain? He said, should I use different analytics tracking for blog.domain.com and domain.com? He said, I've set up a website, example.com, and now I've set up a blog on the subdomain, blog.example.com. Now, I'm confused that if I should have different tracking code for both of the above. If I should use the same for Google Analytics and Google Webmaster tools. How do I list my sitemap.xml for my subdomain blog? I'm using WordPress for both.
Got it.
Well, I can go ahead with the sitemap.xml. According to sitemaps.org, the sitemap for a subdomain should be within the subdomain. So if you have subdomain.example.com slash sitemap.xml, that will only be valid for that particular subdomain. And if you have that sitemap moved over to your root, for example, it doesn't really work. Quote, if the sitemap is located at example.com sitemap.xml, it cannot include URLs from subdomain.example.com. So, that, however, you can host your sitemap on your root domain if you are adding sitemap : let me check. Sitemap colon and then the location, the URL of the sitemap within your robots.txt. With that, you are basically validating that subdomain, that the sitemap for the subdomain is in the root domain. Makes sense, or are you guys at the lost at the way I explained it?
No, I think you did fantastic. I think the other portion of the question was, additional tracking capabilities, and you can use the same account in the same settings, and you just create multiple profiles, and then you basically take the profile that you created, say for example subdomain, whatever it is, ppc.subdomain.com. And with that, you can then actually have your XML sitemap in there on that root subdomain, and then you also then can put and tag the new code for each one of those profiles, and then still, so you're separating it out just like you would another profile, like separation of your master Google Analytics code for reporting, just breaking it down into separation filters. So I'll post a link into it as soon as I find it. But profiles have been fantastic, and they seem, I've had to actually utilize them with some of the developers that use WordPress as a one update solution. It's all packaged together. I don't know exactly the software that they're using, but it kind of scared me in the beginning. But at the same time, is that they had a feature in there that just allowed me to add 3 actual domains even as profiles under the one simple account. So I didn't have to create a whole brand new profile. Just something cool to think about. It's a new feature that I've just kind of come across. Didn't never need it. Now I've got it. So hope that helps a little bit. See, Edwin, you're making me want to smoke. I've got an e-cigarette. I've quit the actual real things some time ago. The hardest thing is to come off these dang things.
Sorry.
You're fine. I'll smoke with you, see?
Oh, you got an electric one there.
I do. Yeah, I haven't actually smoked for about 2 years now. But I also do marketing for e-cigarette companies too, so.
Yeah, you have to test the product and.
You do.
Oh no! Now I'm going to have to go to YouTube and mark this hangout as product placement.
You're going to get busted. I'm telling you. All this time you've been live, and I just messed it all up for you.
Okay. Did we say to Girish that he would use 2 different codes for Google Webmaster Tools for the subdomain and domain, and also, I guess, for analytics makes sense. Is that right?
Yeah. That way you're breaking it apart.
All right. So our next question is from the inimitable Tony McCreath. And Tony, Adelaide's leading SEO, runs a website called websiteadvantage.com. He said, well, it's not really a question, is it? It's more of a lecture. He said, what's a keyword? Here's my go at it. An identified word or phrase that is assumed known to be used frequently or as part or all of a user's search query. Search engines do not have such a limited view of keywords when indexing pages and matching them with search queries. For every keyword you identify, there may be many words and phrases that your content may rank for. So thinking about how many keywords is a moot point. One should think more about covering the topic you want to rank for while including your identified keywords where it fits. How did this one get past quality control, Edwin?
Well, it is Tony McCreed, so.
Tony gets special privileges.
Well, he looks like a doctor, so.
He's
Or at
actually
least
flying.
he has a doctorate, though.
Yes, he does have a doctorate. He's flying between Dubai and London at the moment, as we speak, still in the air. I think.
I think I've got an answer for that. I'll let you guys hit it first, though.
Go ahead, William.
Well, basically, the way that I've been kind of looking at keywords throughout the years, I mean, we've always focused on, it's simple. A customer, of a SEO company is like, I want to build a PPC campaign. I want these keywords, and that's it. And they don't realize that, oh, these are huge, expensive keywords. Are you sure you're going to actually want to pay those numbers? Let's look for smaller keywords. And so that used to be the old, keyword discovery, figure out what the lowest, cost per click you're going to be able to get, long tail keywords. And so a lot of people are still focused on the keyword aspect. Some of the things I teach my customers, and we do weekly go-to meetings. I actually use go-to meetings still, unfortunately, not the Hangout. My clients are getting to the point where they're getting used to Hangouts. They're doing them themselves. But going back to that, it goes to training the keyword out of your head mentality, because you're going to get the keywords, you're going to get the stemming keywords, you're going to see a lot of different things, but focusing on a specific density level or thresh level for what your competitors are doing and all this backlink information kind of goes back. But the robot's going to actually do the best for you. It's going to test the keywords that are relevant to your theme and relevancy, as well as what other people say about you. And that's kind of on the outside, looking as an authoritative presence. You're going to get those people connecting with you. You're going to get those keywords. So I wouldn't spend a ton of time focused on that. Just write for your visitors.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. Just write for your visitors, and the keywords will take care of themselves. Okay, so moving on from Tony McCreed's rhetorical question, we have, look, we can skip question 28 in your run list. This was a question from Hina Shah requesting a feature on the dumbseoquestions.com site. And by the way, if you happen to be watching and see a shortcoming on our dumbseoquestions.com site, we'd appreciate it if you would take the trouble to let us know. We always want to hear about our failures, and we'll do our best to fix them. Question 29 is a question from J. Lee Butilia. How to unlock not provided keywords in Google Analytics. I guess the answer is no, it can't be done. Does anyone want to explain that to Jay?
No takers?
It's not provided. I think A.G. Cohn had a blog article where he said you could estimate the not provided, but is that still useful? Or are the numbers of not provided so large that that estimation isn't really helpful anymore?
I know that I ignore that and I filter it out in my reports because it does confuse a lot of people, but I think that it's just one gigantic bucket for Google to place those keywords, and as far as getting them out, that's why they're in that bucket. We won't see that, but I wouldn't focus again on just that bucket, because you're going to get plenty of insight on what's happening again back in your Webmaster tools, going under your quarter reports all the way to your pages report. So dig into those and look at what impressions are actually, the new impressions. Look for what I call the green sideways 8. those are brand new impressions that are happening with Google. You might not have a lot of impressions, you might not have any clicks, but you might have an average position of maybe 2 or 3, and all of a sudden, next week or next 2 weeks from then, all of a sudden that thing just jumped up. I star those, put a little star next to them in your Webmaster tool so that you can identify quickly the ones you're wanting to watch. You can only do up to 100 tags or 100 stars within the Webmaster Tools interface for queries, but it's still a good starting place for you, and I think that it takes you're getting exactly from the source, straight from Google's API, really, versus looking just in your analytics. I mean, in your analytics, once you've got your Webmaster tool set up, you can easily click there too. So both dashboards are just fine. I think the Webmaster Tools dashboard gives me more insight than the analytics side, so I use both.
But you don't. Go ahead, Jim.
No, you go ahead, Edwin. Sorry to interrupt you.
William, you don't estimate the not provided, where you basically make a distribution for the keywords, then
it's a waste of my time and a waste of time for my clients, because it's not as accurate as data as I can get from everything else. And what happens in the future when not provided climbs with SSL, being John Mueller mentioned a couple months ago, I think it was, that SSL was going to be a player. Even Matt Cutts actually mentioned it before he left. John Mueller posted today about SSL again, and I think it's a really big thing that we're going to see a lot more not provided. And so, going away, or at least going with the direction I think Google has provided us as some of these helpful videos that they've sent out, is basically helping us understand what Google's direction is going to be. And I think that really is going to scare a lot of marketers, because that data is going to get worse. But figure out what the data you already have that you can already work with. I mean, take for example that piece that I mentioned before, taking away from the keyword information, go into your analytics, look at the pages. Just look at the simple, take one step at a time, and just look at your bounce rates. Are they 50% or higher, or 50% lower? And start to take your highest losers and fix them. Then you're going to actually end up with a lot more keywords based off your quality score and your trust ratio, that Google says, if I'm going to send traffic to this page, I trust this page enough to rank it high in the top 10.
Yeah, but you can get through AdWords. You do get the keywords.
Yes.
So you could basically buy that particular data. Is that something you recommend, or?
I totally agree with that. Testing in paid advertising is very key, especially with A/B split testing. Going back to even that example with high bounce ratios, take that page and put it into a subdomain and test it with maybe tools like Unbounce, for example, and that way it's a no follow, no index. Google doesn't touch it. It just basically is a landing page that you can test your visitor experience, then move that information that you just learned over, for the highest converter, over to the organic page, and you've got a winner, right? Taking baby steps is what I tell all my customers. It's like, oh, they want to hit everything at once, and I don't have ranking. Well, let's fix these things first, and as you start fixing those, Google's going to give you the love. But if you don't fix those, then you're going to continue to fail, and especially in the Panda updates. So, if you can even look at one of the, I'll step off my soapbox, but I've got a couple examples of even eBay and Forbes losing ranking to the Panda 4 update, and even before that they were hit. So A lot of big companies were hit. They don't even know about that. But if you can take those little things with bounce rates, you reduce your chance of even being hit by Panda. So long-term success is what I look for in a quality website.
Okay, let me interrupt you there.
Sorry.
Yep, no problem. Let's move on from Jay's question of how to unlock not provided keywords in Google Analytics, and go to Girish Kapoor's question, which is, I'd be saying to this client, you know, why do you want a website? But anyway, Girish has a client who says, when a client or company does not want to include an address on their website for privacy reasons, what is the best way to present the business as legitimate with search engines?
None really. If you're not, if you're a legitimate business and you're not prepared to provide your address, you know what? One of the you know, in Google's leaked quality guidelines for reviewers is highlights specifically contact details on the site. Can I contact it? And not just that, not just a phone number, but they want to see address. They want to see several emails to different departments within the business. You know, they specifically cover these. You know, if you're a legitimate business and you do not provide, you know, several ways for people to contact you, how is one, your user perceiving you? Well, they're not going to very well. You know, you need to provide these easy ways for a customer to get hold of you. One, to place an order. Two, to ask a question. And three, if there's a problem. And if you don't provide those to the user, Google is not going to look at you in any way, in any favorable way. If you know, you're not even prepared to provide that to the user, your customer. So, you know, in all honesty, I don't think there's a way around it.
And Tim, I want to add to that a little bit. I mean, if you're in the UK, right? So in the United States, we've had that lovely
UK, the first two letters, UK, Rainian.
Here we go, you bastard.
Gotta love the sarcasm between the two sides, I swear. Play nice, both of you. You made me lose my thought. Dang. All right, we were talking about what?
You were saying in the States with contact details and that.
Oh yeah, you know, the lovely named pigeon update. Barry Schwartz is that was fun 2 weeks ago. Anyhow, it's not really confirmed from the Google, and that's why Barry's having a problem with getting updates for 1.1. But we're seeing a lot of updates here in the United States happening almost daily. It's daily. We've got Tim, when you mentioned legitimacy, it's so important. Even going forward, when it gets out, you know, out of the country, then it's going to get, you know, to you guys. But right now, you guys have a little bit of an advance warning to know what to expect. I think the Raiders Guide pulled out a lot of detail that, you know, we may have not gotten some other ones, but at the same time as the local search, going even like a step further with like a plumber, a legitimate plumber business. That would be my example. He has 2 locations. He started in Kansas and then moved into Denver. So basically, he's been in business for 15 years. He's got staff in Kansas. He's got staff in Denver, but they all work out of their trucks. So, you know, he doesn't have to have a warehouse. He doesn't have to have all that overhead. He can actually save the money and use it for, you know, adding benefit to his staff product, whatever it happens to be for his business. But the problem is he's lost both of his map listings, and with inside his dashboard in Google Plus My Business, he's actually been, there's a notification up there that says that he's violated the terms or quality terms of service, and then there's a little tab in there that says for more details click here, and then you can report, if you fixed it, but they don't give you hardly any information on how to fix it, what's even wrong. So they've got this new little tab in there that I clicked on that actually said call Google, and click here, and I said, all right, well, I'll try it. Put my telephone number in, name, and within maybe not even 2 minutes, I had a call from the Google My Business team, right? She was going through, and it basically came down to, he has a P.O. box in Kansas, right? And well, that's not kosher. And so then we've got his home address, which is in Denver. So basically, he can list it, but then he doesn't really look as credible as he used to on the old Google Places. And then also with the Google Places, we've also seen a huge, it's like a good percentage of people have lost all of their images. They've also, Google has created not only their, when you build a brand page, right, that should be attached to your map page automatically, but what's happening is there's a flaw somewhere in the system where it's creating a new brand page that you have to re-verify, and then all the other stuff on your other brand page, is not together. So it's like,
well, they
file.
Sounds like the similar cock-up when they started transferring across the old, place pages into the new Google, into the Google Plus local interface. And I had multiple clients, Google Plus local pages duplicating themselves. You would have, one morning you'd wake up and there'd be like 15 of the same business page. And then you're just like, right, which one do I delete? Which one?
Well, yeah, and then I've seen so many. You're the same way. We've been working in the industry for so long that we've got these type of clients built up. And the same thing. It's like I went back to, I fixed one, and then I went back to it the next day, and all my profile images were gone. All sorts of stuff was messed up. I'm like, I just fixed all that. So that's more time that I'm wasting as an optimizer, and the clients have no clue. They just go, well, Google just sucks. They're making it so difficult. But if we look back on the days when Google Maps didn't really exist, and then what it actually became until what it is today. It's the same thing with Google Plus. We couldn't have been doing what we're doing right now on Google Plus when it first started, when we all got our first accounts as beta testers, But it's evolved. Same thing with Google Analytics. I was there day one at Google Webmaster, was it PubCon, down in Vegas when Google Analytics was revealed, and they gave out everybody in the crowd their own access code. So we had the first ones. It was cool. But even going back into those days, look at what we have now for advanced reporting. Going back to the keyword information, they've moved away from keyword information, forcing business owners to look at other statistics and in their website for different levels of improvement. Sorry, I'm a news junkie, and I love this stuff, just like you guys. Jim, you're on mute. Hey, Jim, you're on mute. There you go.
Thank you, William. I don't know how we've done it, but we've managed to yet again cover all the questions asked this week on the SEO Questions community on Google+. So now we arrive at our weekly news roundup. If you're following us at home, you'll find these topics listed in the SEO news community on Google+. Each week we gather items of interest as they arise and place them there, and after we've answered the question on our weekly hangout, we then talk about these news items. Also, Edwin, it looks like I mucked up the queue time on this one too. Look, this one was posted by Edwin Jonk. It's a case study 9 days after the Google local update. We probably should have covered it with the previous question. It says that in the case study, the most notable change is a smaller radius around the presumed location of the searcher from which to draw the local search results. It was just done by Mike Elgin, I think, or Mike Blumenthal, one or the other. Mike continues with an example for a search on Google for jewelry space buffalo. And for this query, Google had effectively reduced the diameter of the search radius from 12 to 6 miles. You're still using miles in the US, are you, William?
Yeah, we do. And I think what's really been affected, going back on like the query you just mentioned, I like to use the example of like pizza, something like, or Chinese food, or something that you would actually be in a spot, in a meeting, getting out of a meeting, looking that said, oh, I only have a half an hour to grab a bite, what's around me? And you looked on your phone and said Chinese, takeout, or whatever, and you're going to find that nearest place. And I think that's where Google's really headed with this algorithm update, even more so, but for mobile. I think, again, that's another thing we're seeing with the local rank algorithm change, Pigeon. But I think there's going to be a lot more changes. Like, for example, when you look at pizza,
massive,
local.
Yeah, massive changes, like you said. But also, just to jump in, they also seem to be using more speech queries. So, yes. For example, if you used to just search like pizza Denver, but if you searched near me or find or I want, it's really giving you like this, so not only are they IP based, like literally within a mile of you, it's also very speech based now. Well, so I've read. We don't have that yet,
Yeah, it's definitely getting that way. We're getting a lot more. I was looking for a post that I'm actually working on, that I'm actually elaborating on here, but it's actually going through what I've seen with the local rank here in the United States, as well as I had talked on Matt Storm's show last week, or last Friday, on the same topic. So basically, I've got a little tag for YouTube down in the comments. I'll bring it in the comments in a second. But it has a link to the actual timeline where I talked about Pigeon, alongside with Barry Schwartz, Matt Storms, and a few other geeks on the hangout with us. So I'll find that link. But I think it'll help you guys out a little bit more. It's still a work in progress. I'm definitely not a writer by any means. I'm more of a teacher. So that's why you normally don't see me out there blog posting everything that I know. So.
No problem. Yes, writer, not a teacher. That's like Tim. He's a lover, not a fighter. Okay. Let's consider. Will we consider this covered, Edwin? Have we done a good job on it?
Oh yeah, yes.
Okay. So the next item on our news list is an interesting post by Dan Petrovic, doesn SEO. It's titled "How I Made Google Index Its Own Search Results." Now, how this came about, I was searching for a means to publish audio-only copies of our Dumb SEO Questions Hangout, and one of the searches I made, I can't remember what it was now, but it's in Dan's article, was for Deezer, which is a popular SoundCloud type app. And anyway, I noticed that the search was coming up with Google results listed inside the Google result. And the common factor was they were all HTTP. Well, after the domain, it was double slash. After the google.com name, it was double slash, not a single slash. Anyway, I couldn't make any sense of it, but as always, Dan Petrovic added some clarity and wrote another good article on the doesn SEO blog. Any comments?
That one I didn't get a chance to read, so I'd have to go back and check it out.
It's
no comment.
It's okay, Edwin. William, I should say, we'll take that as a given. If you haven't read it, we'll know. If you don't say anything, we'll know that.
It's a weird thing where Google is basically indexing google.com. My guess is that it's just an error, and it will be fixed somewhere.
Kind of like, the Hangout issue that we've been having all week. People getting locked out of their Hangouts, not being able to host, randomly getting kicked out of like Jim. I think you had some issues earlier, didn't you, Jim, with your Hangouts? So it's a glitch, and it's sometimes it's just expected. They're testing out new things, and sometimes a bug happens, and they roll out a patch a few hours later after they find it. Sometimes a little bit longer, but they still work on it. So, like for example, if you really want to see a glitch on Google right now, go out to the Google URL shortener, and it doesn't have an SSL. It does not redirect to an SSL. So it's got a broken cascading style sheet. It's been reported. They still haven't fixed it, but it's been reported. So hopefully they'll hear me on this show and actually get it fixed.
Okay. Apparently, Tim Capper's had a call on the red phone and has to leave us. We look forward to seeing you this time next week, Tim.
Yeah, cheers. Take it easy, everyone.
Okay, mate. All right. Let's. Look, the next item on our news segment was one that I posted. It was regarding an article written by Martin Harris a little bit over a year ago, in which he recommends. The actual article was titled "A Beginner's Guide to Plugging into the SEO World," and in it he recommended Dumb SEO Questions. And so right away I recognised that Martin is a very astute person. Extreme powers. Anyway, that's why I put it there. Any comments, guys?
Glad to have a post back to you. That's cool stuff. Good people. He's a smart cat, that's for sure. I've been watching a lot of his recent shows, and he's just if you don't know him, definitely circle him.
Okay. To be honest, I didn't know Martin had a show. Can you give me a link?
Yeah, I mean, because he's actually got a couple. Well, unless he's hosting. Well, he's been hosting shows. Let me find it.
Okay. I'll thank you for that. The next one I think is the biggest news story of the week, but we're under strict instructions from Dan Petrovic not to talk about it. He's sick of hearing it, but Google announced on the Google Webmaster blog this afternoon around about 6 p.m. Australian time that HTTPS is now a ranking signal, affecting about 1% of Google queries worldwide. Comments?
Say that again. Say that again. That last part. What's local GPS data that's affecting what?
Right. SSL queries. In other words, sites which have converted their website to every page being an SSL page or HTTPS page, are now being favourably treated in about 1% of Google queries worldwide. They call it a weak ranking signal, not as strong as say a signal like high quality content, but yeah. So you haven't heard of this yet, William?
Yeah, but I'm trying to respond. I've heard about it, but I don't know exactly really how to respond to it because I think I look at things a little bit differently than. I mean, I really don't pay attention to my rankings, to be honest with you. I look for ups and down fluctuations, but again, I'm not looking at an overall signal. And when I do, most of the time it's because they've lost ranking. And you're basically having to dig in and do forensic analysis to see what's happening. So I think it's kind of different in every case. I know that metadata is coming into, and the metadata that I would say is coming into place, especially for local, is imagine pictures. Pictures taken on your cell phone has the GPS metadata built into it, as well as if it's uploaded to Google Auto Backup and shared, you've got all that original GPS, phone location, date, everything that you need to have for ranking on that. An example would be a pizza parlor that I have helped outrank some of the bigger franchises in an area here in Overland Park. But the same pictures were.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but no, this is not about GPS. It's about HTTPS.
About SSL, secured protocol.
Yeah. Okay. SSL basically is going to be a key, and it's easy to hack without. If you look at it like WordPress, I mean, how many people do you think have WordPress that doesn't have an SSL key, but they don't have a shopping cart per se?
Most websites don't have SSL. Most just use the regular HTTP and not the HTTPS. Now Google is saying, well, if you are using HTTPS, we might rank you higher.
And that's official from John Mueller today that it's actually a ranking signal.
Yes.
So yeah, I think that and I do this with all my clients. I've been forcing them to go SSL just because I'm a security net. I'm also, I also look at how easy it is and vulnerable for a WordPress or a Drupal or a Joomla CMS to get penetrated or anything. I try to protect as many businesses as possible. So SSL I think is going to be a huge, awesome move for Google and securing the rest of the net. But your valid point is, okay, well, I don't really need SSL. I just have a content website. right? Or it's just my blog, my personal blog. But
Yeah,
what if,
that was basically what Bill Slasky said earlier in this Hangout. On his website, he doesn't track. He only posts a couple of nice blog posts. And he says, why do I need to have SSL? There's no need for my particular blog to have SSL on it. And I think
him and I had that conversation on a private chat last night, I think about 1 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, he's right. You know, he's got his opinion. He doesn't think he needs to have it. But at the same time, how is the back end of his website running? How secure does it need to be to protect the back end database from being injected? You know, that's also there's multiple ways that you can do that with tools.
It's not even if your backend, for example, if he logs in through a subdomain, if that subdomain is secured, it doesn't help it doesn't help his normal website, because there are wildcard certificates where you can have multiple subdomains secured as well, but they are very expensive, or they are more expensive than the cheap HTTPS or the cheap SSL certificates. So why should he pay more money to make the front end secure? Why should he do that?
It's not just the front end that they're paying attention to. I mean, you can actually still have a straight HTTP site, but when you go and have to log into an administrator page, have it automatically pull and redirect you to an HTTPS. So that way, if you're in a coffee shop and you're actually accessing your back-end website, and Joe Blow Hacker was sitting table next to you, and all of a sudden swiped your IP packets, and now you've got all your information to get into your own website. That kind of
Sure. Yeah, but there are other ways you can use VPNs and what have you.
Oh. Yeah, we can get dirty on that one.
Yeah, but and what Google is saying here is that basically the front end should be HTTPS now, because that's a ranking signal. In the blog post, I don't think
I'm planning on doing that.
Or the backend.
Yeah, I don't plan on doing that right now, just for the fact that it's such a brand new signal. I'm going to let everybody else kind of jump in the water, and then I'm also going to look at the effect and balance of that. But I don't think I'm going to continue to keep my CMSs protected with the redirect on HTTPS, as well as utilizing tools like Security for WordPress or RS Firewall for Joomla. I'm more of a Joomla guy. I really do not like WordPress, just for the fact of almost every one of the clients that have come to me with WordPress had been hacked in the past on their other servers. And so it's more of a cleanup mess, and then keeping them protected is very nightmarish. But
well, what some people in the industry say is that quote, no search engine should start using new ranking signals just to motivate people to do something, and we should pay attention to the cause and effect relationship behind the phenomenon.
Well,
it's pretty crazy that Google is doing this, isn't it?
It's crazy, but it's also at the same time, I think personally, as a security engineer, I think this is a good move in the direction of worldwide security. I mean, if you look at you don't need to go any further, but one of the guys that's sitting in Russia right now, but at the same time as he's opened up opportunities for us to actually look as a world of how our security is and what our privacy also is. And I think that when you start looking at e-commerce, you look at EV SSLs. It's okay. I want to know I'm checking out and I'm buying your product, and I see this green bar that's an EV cert. I'm going to be more apt to trust that connection than I would if I just didn't really trust that small mom and pop, but they have the product that I need. And I'm still going to hit that submit button, but I'm going to worry, is my credit card information getting swiped? I used to work for a credit card processor as well, so my whole thing was learning.
Yeah. Well, those mom and pops shouldn't be involved in payments on the website. They should use a third party. There are multiple third party applications out there, like the biggest one is PayPal, of course, and let them handle the payments. So
and I think that's where Google Shopping is also headed with Wallet. If you look at Wallet, I don't know if you guys have it in the where you're at, but in the United States, if you go to your Gmail, you can actually send money transfers through Wallet.
Yeah, but I think Wallet is worldwide. You use it for your Google Play, no?
Yeah. I use it for Google all the time. Yeah. So I think that's also a universal product that Google's going to be really pushing out further as they build out their shopping engine. They're still way behind on their shopping engine, but I think
the shopping engine from Google is paid search.
Yes.
There's no organic listings anymore on Google Shopping, as far as I know. So
I had a lot of clients lost a lot of good sales out of that because that's how they relied on their sales, was organic. They had great placement in the shopping engine because they were relevant. Now you go to the shopping engine and it's like I can't find what I'm looking for anymore.
No. I think the quality for Google Shopping went down the hill. To be honest, I'm not using it anymore. I just go to the websites of that I trust, the companies that I trust, and just order it there.
Yeah, because you're still going to get the reviews. I mean, and then you got Amazon, of course, but you can buy anything from Amazon these days.
Sorry to interrupt, guys, but I'd just like to remind you that we're talking about Google using HTTPS as a ranking signal.
And we totally distracted, so we really screwed up your timeline now.
I was just going on a shopping spree, Jim. Oh.
Man, that was
no more shoes for me. But Jim, you were implementing SSL on your sites, right?
Yes, that's my intention.
With a wildcard.
Well, there's many types of certificates. They're like you can have. Now, don't shoot me if I get this wrong, but there are different kinds of wildcard certificates. You can buy a certificate for a server, which you can have, say, 6 or 7 subdomains on a particular root domain. Like www.shopsafe.com.au and australia.shopsafe.com.au. Actually, I should read up on it before I speak anymore, because I think I'm wrong about the other thing I was going to say.
Oh, fantastic! It's a good read, that's for sure. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
And there are also other validations that browsers respect. Didn't Tony McCreed had that really nice one where his brand was mentioned and all that stuff? What was
just another thing about the SSL that it helps reduce the opportunity for man-in-the-middle attacks, injection attacks. Well, not necessarily injections, but it does stop that too. But at least you have a little bit more, like even like DNS spoofing. You can actually do that with a whole bunch of cool things with SSL if you get in the middle of it. But I think it gives another layer of protection when you have that certificate and it's valid and it's actually looked at by Google. And they've said that you're going to get a bump out of it, but how big of that bump is going to be, I don't think it's going to be that big that's going to pull somebody out of a penalty or show them that all of a sudden, because they did SSL, that all of a sudden they've got, you know, buku traffic and now they're rich. I don't think that's going to be real. It goes back to everything else you guys have been talking about all day.
What's your thinking about the HTTPS as a ranking signal, Jim?
Well, I think it makes sense. I also think that it's part of a push by Google to win back our trust. I mean, Google came unstuck in a big way when Edward Snowden's revelations made us aware that Google was taking credit for protecting our data while accepting payment from the PRISM thing that the NSA runs in the USA. They're accepting payment to divulge our data, to make it easier for the PRISM data collection system to operate. And I think, you know, I mean, trust is it's such a it's such a tangible, intangible thing. Trust, if you have trust, it's invaluable, priceless. And once you lose it, it's very, very hard. Some might say impossible to win back. But I think Google certainly intends to try and win back our trust. If you look at you know, their plan for SSL, of all of the major sites, and you know, I could say Apple and Facebook. I can't think of any other off the top of my head, but of all of those sites, they're only introducing, I think it's 1028 encryption, whereas Google will be 2048 bit sometime this year across all of their sites. And the other thing that Google is doing, which is clever, is that they're using what's called perfect forward security for their SSL, and that's something that none of the other sites are doing. And in a nutshell,
I think Yahoo implemented that this spring or last autumn.
Who was it?
I'm pretty sure. Yahoo implemented the forward.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that one. They also updated their SSLs to more standardized. I think they were coming from 1024. Yeah.
Somehow or other, I was booted out of the Hangout, which is good because I couldn't think of what to say, how to respond, Edwin.
Sorry?
Somehow or other, because of bandwidth or in Dan Petrovic's Hangout earlier on today, I was automatically exited out of the Hangout 6 or 7 times. There must be a bug in the Hangout app, but excuse me.
Yeah, you're not the only one, Jim. I've been having throughout the entire week. We've had subtle experiences at the same time, and where the browser would actually crash or the Hangout app would actually crash, especially ones that are hosting a show. I've been finding that a lot of the hosts are getting these weird bandwidth issues, camera blur, sound issues, all sorts of weird stuff going on that they never had before.
Okay. Anyway, I was glad of the interruption, because Edwin asked me a question. I didn't have a clue what to respond. But yeah, getting back to it, I certainly think that Google's going to lead the pack with their SSL security, and certainly, I think, made the right choice, with the method of implementation. Sorry.
You've been talking too much. Grab a soda.
Sorry about that. I couldn't reach the mute button quick enough. But dear me. Anyway, perfect forward security, secrecy, I should say, is where when two the host and the server talk to each other, they have like a shared secret, and whereas normal SSL has a certificate, and this certificate is constant throughout all transactions, whether they're there today or come back tomorrow or whatever. With perfect forward secrecy, they drop the shared secret at the end of the transaction. And the reason that that's significant, and of course the assumption's also got to be made that people like the NSA do not already have access to these algorithms, which they quite conceivably could have. But if they didn't have access, and if like for some time Google used to have, is this right, Edwin? It was about 512 encryption or less. Was that the case? And of course, if currently I think it is possible to crack encryption if the number of bits is too low. But certainly with Google going to perfect forward, first of all, going to 2048-bit with perfect forward secrecy. I'm sorry about this. I'm trying not to cough. I think that they're heading in the right direction, and at some point they'll be able to say job done, and nobody will be able to criticise their work, and maybe they might win back some of the trust that they lost through double dealingness with the NSA and PRISM. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have dealt with the NSA and PRISM. They have to by law, but what they did wrong, in my mind, was make a big song and dance about how that they, at the same time as they were giving out our data, they were saying, taking credit for protecting. Anyway.
I think you're right on that track, though, Jim. I mean, you've got to have the level of encryption that people can't get past those walls, and a lot of people forget that you have security for your business. but you don't really have security for your website, even back to a backup. You know, what happens if all of a sudden you lost everything? Going off the subject a little bit, but what are you going to do? You know, it's kind of like an insurance policy with SSL, that you're just adding that extra layer of security and doing your due diligence for your visitors, you know. And at the same time, you get a little extra perk from Google, you know. But
yeah. Look, one thing I remember, sorry to digress yet again, but I remember now what I meant to say when I was trying to fight off that cough, and that is that the reason that Google's use of perfect forward secrecy is good is because, say for argument's sake, assuming that the NSA doesn't have the encryption key already, they have a data center somewhere working on cracking the code. So they're recording all of this data and they have it there. It's encrypted. It's useless to them. They can't do anything with it. But in, say, a month's time or a year's time, they crack that encryption key. They can then use that to go through all of the data that they have that they've saved. Whereas with Google using perfect forward secrecy, that's not going to happen because each time the transaction's over, they forget about the shared key. Anyway.
The SSL, or the whole connection, is actually terminated at that last piece, and that is, you're not leaving the back door open at that point of transaction.
Yeah. I think, you know, overall, I think it's a smart move by Google, but I've already said that, so let's let's move on. Okay, so that covers all. Oh no, we've still got one last question left. It's a post made by Edwin Jonk of another post made by Maher Bagat, who joins us each week on Social Media Fridays. In 14 hours' time, we'll be talking about news in social media that's happened in the last 7 days. Google has killed authorship reporting in Webmaster tools. In other words, when there used to be in Google Labs a great report which gave you a lot of insights into your site while reporting instances of authorship. But from the 28th of June, I think, or I think it was the 28th, they stopped reporting this data on the same day as withdrawing from the search results the profile image that they used to display, and at the same time telling us that the reason wasn't because the profile images attracted too much traffic. And also wanted us to believe that the profile image didn't have any impact on the click-through ratio. I call bullshit. A lot of other people agreed with Google's statement, but I still call bullshit. Obviously, if there's something bright and pretty there in the SERPs, the user's going to click on it. Comments?
It is gone and it's probably never coming back. Live with it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Another test by Google to see, conversion ratio based off a lot of profiles, and a lot of high profiles were up there, so there was a lot of good traffic for them to test with. But I think that signal is still being used. I don't believe that the actual, the image is not being shown, but that's also part of mobile search too. They were having some issue on load or something like that with the mobile, from what I was hearing. But yeah, just like you said, Jim, it's kind of a weird phenomenal. But you know, Ed, you hit it on the nail. You know, forget about it, move on, and just keep building what you're still doing with your authorship. You know, building your profiles, building your business as a lead in that industry or that niche.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing more to add, I suggest we go to green room.
Sure. We wasted a lot of time implementing all that authorship for Google, and then Koen comes along and says no more. It feels like a waste of time, doesn't it?
I don't think it's been a waste of time. I think that hell will freeze over before Google stops using the plumbing that's been implemented for authorship. It must be valuable to them, and you know, I mean, what's been lost is the profile picture in search results.
Yeah, and the data.
And the data from it, yes. But, I mean, there are still authorship results in search results. They just simply don't have the picture as well, and how many followers you have.
Well, see, that's kind of weird because I've actually seen my profile in a lot of people's results with my profile image, but it's, you know, topics that I'm basically authorship or authority over, that I still either rank for organically for my profile on a specific topic. So I don't know. I think it's still there in some circumstances, and I think it's still profile based.
Yeah, I think you'll find that's more likely to be personalized search, William, because it still appears in personalized search. All right. I think we've covered it all. Can't think of anything we've forgotten. All right. Well, look, we still have viewers, and we thank you for watching us. It's you know, your interest that makes what we do worthwhile, and we appreciate that very much. We'll be back at the same time next week. We'll go to Green Room now, and if you'd like to join us, if you search on Google Plus for Dumb SEO Questions 96, you'll find a link that will bring you straight in. We'll be going off the air now, so you know, anything that you say won't be broadcast, but you're more than welcome to join us. Thanks very much.